It's a beautiful night in Lodo in downtown Denver. How about some baseball inside the best ballpark in the land, Coors Field, as the Rockies begin a homestand taking on the Milwaukee Brewers. Hello, everybody. Jack Corrigan from 850 KOA filling in for Drew Goodman tonight, along with George Frazier. And George, of course, the Rockies are coming off that no-hitter by Clayton Kershaw. You and I have seen a lot of no-hitters in our time as broadcasters, but that was pretty special.
It was very special. 15 strikeouts. Nolan had 17, 16, and 15, and there's a group of other guys, special guys, Hall of Famers that are in that 15 strikeout category. You're just glad it's over and move on and get to Coors Field.
And get to Coors Field indeed, because if you were looking for a way to rev up the Rockies offense, a little home cooking doesn't hurt.
Well, you're not kidding. And you look at April, really scorched the baseball, 7.5 runs a game. May it started to decline, June declined, but I think it all coincides with Nolan Arenado. Runners in scoring position, 383, 2 home runs. At home, he's hit 271 with 6 home runs. Kadire on the flip side, 365 at home. Gonzalez, 354 at home. You take that out of your lineup, it makes a big difference in what your production is. The average, yeah, it's a little over 6 runs per game. That leads both leagues as far as what you do at home. But the missing parts of those puzzle, particularly Arenado, for me, has been a big loss.
Well, if you're going to try and get that offense cranked up, Marco Estrada, a guy who gives up the long ball.
He's done that a few times this year, more times than not, actually. And I think it's a key to go after him early in the counts because he likes to get to the changeup late and have you chase.
Well, the Rockies are facing one of the hottest teams in baseball. Mark Stout's going to give us a scouting report on Ron Renick's Brewers. More to come from Coors Field in a moment.
Homestand. Coors Field looking good on a Friday night as the Rockies get ready to take on the Milwaukee Brewers. And hi there, baseball fans. Mark Stout down here in Coors Field. Ron Renicke's team has 44 wins. They are atop the NL Central Division. Let's take a look at our Brewers stat pack. This team has the second most wins in baseball and on the road. Interesting, they are 8-3-1 in road series. Walt Weiss told me they can slug it. You see the 75 home run total, and they also do it on the road with the second highest batting average. But after a 21-9 start, they're 23-21. That said, this team has been in first place in their division since April the 9th. That's 77 straight days. Ryan Braun is hitting second for this team. He hasn't done that since 2010. His numbers 279, 10 homers, 37 RBIs. They do have 4 different players that have double-digit homers. So the Rockies have a chance to win a series here because Milwaukee 40-18 all time at Coors Field. Rockies have had their way with the Brewers. When we come back, Christian Bergman makes his 3rd big league start. He's looked pretty good in his first 2. And he is on the hill as the Rockies start up another homestand against the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch comes your way next here on Root Sports.
Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Inova Cancer Care, advanced prostate cancer treatment. Visit InovaCC.com. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at Southwest.com. It is going to be a delightful evening here at Coors Field. The Rockies are now getting into a stretch where they're going to play 22 of their next 32 games here at home. And George, based on just history, it's a chance for the club as guys get healthy to get healthy in terms of the one-loss record.
Absolutely it is, Jack, and I think the good part about it too, it kind of coincides with getting the most of your rotation back, which is going to be helpful. Nolan will be back at that point. It's all going to get better.
For the Rockies, it will be their first chance to see the Brewers since the middle of spring training, and Scooter Gennett, who you see there on your screen, has taken over in the leadoff spot as we take a look at the Brewers lineup brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at Southwest.com. As Mark Stout told you, Ryan Braun now hitting out of the 2 spot, but Jonathan Lucroy and Carlos Gomez, they are the guys really driving this team right now offensively. Chris Davis has had a pretty good year taking over as an everyday outfielder, and Gene Segura can really pick it at shortstop hitting out of that number 8 spot. Time for tonight's Innova's starting pitcher as you see him heading out to the mound. Painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit InnovaCC.com.
Hey, take a look at it. 2 starts so far. It's been pretty good for me. 0-1, 2 quality starts. Hasn't got up more than 3 runs against 2 very good opponents, the Atlanta Braves and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So he's pitched well. Excuse me, San Francisco Giants. He has pitched very well in those outings. I think the key to his success, he pounds the strike zone. If you're at 65% strikes, folks, it's a very good number to be at. Bergman is at 67.5%, 184 pitches, 124 strikes in his first 2 starts.
The Rockies defense behind Christian Bergman, brought to you by XL Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. It'll be Dickerson, Blackman, Barnes left to right in the outfield. Josh Rutledge getting his 2nd straight start at 3rd base. And the regulars, Tulo, DJ LeMahieu, and Morneau at short, 2nd, and 1st. Willeen Rosario will be the guy behind the plate for Christian Bergman. And as Christian faces this Milwaukee team tonight, George, without question, this is a team very comfortable, very confident right now. So what you were alluding to a moment ago, getting ahead is, I would think, crucial tonight.
Absolutely it is. And the one thing he's done is controlled the top of the order. They're 2 for 12 leading off innings in the 12 innings he's thrown. So that really sets up the rest of the game for him. I think, too, he's going to have to utilize the changeup and the breaking ball. This is a very good fastball hitting team, and it doesn't matter high or low. But if you can work ahead, they will chase and get the ground balls and rely on this great defense to do the job for you.
Rockies, as you can see, are in the home whites with the purple pinstripes tonight. The ball club comes into tonight's game with a winning record here at home of 19-14, and as we mentioned, going to be playing most of the next month over a nearly 5-week period here at home. So a chance to take advantage of that home field edge. They certainly hope that will be the case. Ryan Scooter Jeanette will lead it off for Ron Renick's ball club. He has been in the leadoff spot for a little less than 2 weeks now, and they've liked what they've seen with this young man.
Well, he's swinging about well. 305 average, a 16th round draft pick in 2009.
First pitch of the ball game does not find the zone for Christian Bergman. Jeanette will bunt, but not very often. He is a guy who likes to swing the bat a little bit. He has driven the ball pretty well in terms of extra base hits. He's had 18 doubles and 2 triples. There's the first strike of the night for Bergman.
Typically a very good ball strike umpire, Jerry Lane working behind the plate tonight. He's a guy that allows a guy to work side to side. He'll let it get elevated at times.
Dickerson will not be able to cut this off, and Jeanette's going to have double number 19. And we talked about getting ahead in the count. Christian Bergman behind, and Jeanette starts off the night well for Milwaukee.
Yeah, what you try to stay away from, elevated fastballs. You look where they want this pitch, freeze there. You can see the ball belt high. That's what you end up getting. A lot of times the left-handers will just try to swing to the plane of the pitch and drove it into left center.
Ryan Braun received certainly a mixed reaction.
A few Milwaukee fans cheered, the rest booed.
As always, had good success against Colorado, as you could see on that graphic.
He has struggled of late. He has not hit the ball very well. 8 of 52, a home run and 7 RBIs. So he's gone from nearly 320 average all the way down to 279. Still very respectable at 279.
Outfield playing him a little bit the opposite way. Count evens at a ball and a strike on Braun with Jonathan Lucroy on deck. But like the Rockies lineup, when they have all the parts in place, everybody's healthy, this Brewers lineup has got good extension to it. Jeanette will get to third as Tulo takes care of Ryan Braun on the ground ball. First out here as you concede that runner with the ball where it was placed. Let him get to third.
Tell you what, this young man coming to the plate right now, Lucroy, has had some kind of start to a season. See all the major league lengths, second in average, fifth in on-base percentage, hits, doubles, driving in an awful lot of runs.
When you look at his playing card, if you will, George's bubblegum card, the back of it, it's not just this year. He quietly has had about 3, almost 4 good seasons now.
Very good, consistent numbers over time, not only with his bat behind the plate defensively. He leads the National League with a road average at .392.
Guy that doesn't strike out a whole lot, which is a little bit of a rarity on this Brewers club.
That seems like that's kind of the history of the franchise, going all the way back to Gorman Thomas days. They were the Brew crew that swung from the heels, hit a lot of home runs, struck out a lot.
Yeah, Lucroy, 31 strikeouts. This is his 69th game. I mean, the game has changed. You and I have talked about that a lot, George. The strikeout doesn't have the stigma that it used to have for a hitter. Rockies bring the infield in late, and the foul ball keeps the count at 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's something Tony La Russa did an awful lot. Well, Walt obviously playing under Tony, being around Tony in Oakland, that with 2 strikes and a runner on third and 1 out, they'll charge the infield. If the ball's hit right at you, then you have the play at the plate, or at least to freeze him. Plus, I think it would be distracting to a hitter to see 4 guys running at you at home plate. Maybe he may not pick up the ball as well either.
And Lucroy, just as Bergman was getting set, asked for time. They do it again, and the pitch misses. 1-2. Now, Lucroy had a little bit of a slower start last year, like a number of guys, maybe a hangover from playing in the World Baseball Classic.
I think so. That had a lot to do with it, plus all the turmoil surrounding their ball club with Ryan Braun's situation. What went on there? You lost a lot of protection in the lineup.
This will score the run and be extra bases. Lucroy with a double to left, and Milwaukee takes a 1-0 lead. 38 RBIs now for Lucroy, the number 2 hitter in the National League.
Now you get a leadoff double. This is Brewer baseball. Hit the ball in the gap or over the fence. Exactly what happens. He got a changeup, got well out in front of it. You almost see a one-arm swing on the finish, get the ball on the line out over the head of Corey Dickerson, who was playing pretty shallow.
The Brewers have 145 doubles now, just 3 behind the Rockies. Still only 1 out in the inning for the talented Carlos Gomez. This guy defines not getting cheated.
Not at all. And he plays the game that way throughout. I mean, he plays it defensively, covers a ton of ground in the outfield and center field. But he will swing and swing hard. Two swings, 2 healthy swings. Yeah, his average out on the road at .349. That's second to Lucroy.
Christian Bergman, who has gotten off to good starts, trying to recover here, gets ahead of Gomez like he got ahead of Lucroy. That was was hit well, but fortunately foul. George, do you see anything early on?
A little bit of elevation to his pitches, I think. He's made a couple of good nasty breaking balls away from the right-handed hitters they haven't bid on. But the fastball's been somewhat elevated in the strike zone, and that's you know, ahead in the count 0-2, and he hung a slider there and has jerked down the left field line. Foul.
Be a tough chance. It hits the bag. Throw back to third is not in time.
You can see that coming from our viewpoint up here. With the ball hit like that up the middle, Bergman had fallen off to the first base side, tried to backhand it, wasn't able to get to it. But as a defender, you're standing behind or trying to get into position to catch the baseball. You can see LeMahieu made a move to the bag, has to come back, and you just know coming at that point it's going to catch the bag somewhere. You're hoping it hops over. But really difficult on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo right here. Caught the bag, skipped straight up on him. Caught the forearm and then the chest. Good job to keep it in front of him and prevent the run. I liked what Troy did there. Faked the throw over to first base and then snap throw to third to try to catch Lucroy.
Took a quick peek before he made the fake throw as well. So the troubles grow for Christian Bergman.
And with Gomez 11 stolen bases, the flip side of that, Wallin has thrown out 31.5% would be base stealing.
And thanks to second base, Carlos Gomez has a 16-game hitting streak now. Aramis Ramirez, guy you can get to hit into a double play, although he has a little bit of an uppercut swing, so he doesn't always put the ball on the ground.
Yeah, you got to have movement down. You got to have the slider moving down and away. Then you got to have it match it up with a good hard sinker on the inner half. You know, for Josh Rutledge and Tulo, cheat over a little bit on the left side of the infield. He's going to get out in front of a lot of pitches. He's going to hit the ball typically to the left side of the infield.
He has grounded into 8 double plays this year. Doesn't have much speed anymore. Good pitch there by Bergman. He gets ahead of yet another hitter.
41 of his 49 hits have been to the left side of the ballpark. Well, getting ahead's not been the problem. It's the finishing touch so far here in the first inning.
Men on the corners with a run home.
As a manager, you're looking at your hitter, you're looking at who's at first base. Behind an account, you mentioned the double plays. That's when you put your runner in motion at first to try to prevent that from happening.
One and two now on Ramirez. The Brewers run not an inordinate amount, but they're paced by the guy leading away from first over there, Gomez. There he goes. And a fair ball just inside the third base bag is going to score 2. Third double of the inning. And the red hot Brewers keep it rolling 3-0.
34 RBIs now for Ramirez. Very consistent on the RBI side of everything going up and down their lineup. And because Gomez was on the line, that allowed him to score from first base barely fair out of a diving Josh Rutledge at third. But Gomez never hesitated a drop. No play at the plate. And a runner at second and still just one out in the inning.
The unfortunate bounce off the bag as one of the hits in the inning, and the 3 doubles to go with it. You tell yourself, if you're the pitcher out there, what, George?
Well, you just got to keep pounding the strike zone. Sooner or later, do you hope they keep the ball there? The thing that jumps up a little bit, the 2 doubles, 2 of them have one over the head of Corey, one into left center, tells you the ball elevated. Typically, a lot of balls hit on the ground. Good idea. Off-speed pitch, threw it for the strike. Thought it was a strike. He called that a ball?
He did call it a ball.
Slider. Jerry, I was just bragging on your strike zone.
Chris Davis played a lot last year when Braun was suspended and is now the everyday left fielder. Good short hop pickup by Rutledge. The runner Ramirez stays at second, 2 away. Josh Rutledge has really taken an awful lot of extra work at third base over the last 2 weeks. Walt Weiss saying in Los Angeles especially that with his bat, I've got to get him in the lineup at least until we can see Arenado return.
And he swung it very well. You're absolutely right. And it's a nice problem to have when Arenado does return.
Lyle Overbay, veteran who rejoined this team in the offseason.
You and I were talking about that a little earlier when he said that it seems like he shows up on first place teams a lot.
Good veteran presence, still handles the glove very well. It's at first base.
The average 237. That doesn't jump out at you. What does jump out is 367 with runners in scoring position.
And between Overbay and their other first baseman, Mark Reynolds, they have 15 homers and 48 RBIs. This should get Bergman out of the inning. LeMahieu over to Morneau, but the Brewers used 3 doubles and 4 hits to score 3 times. The Rockies come to bat. First, Charlie Blackmon hopes to emulate Scooter Gennett and get the Rockies offense going out of the leadoff spot as we look at the Rockies lineup, brought to us by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Corey Dickerson in left, Troy Tulowitzki, the leading hitter in baseball, is in that 3-hole with Morneau, Rosario, and Barnes. Rutledge, LeMahieu, Bergman, the final 3 in the lineup. And our Inova starting pitcher, painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit InovaCC.com.
Now look at Marco Estrada. You see the 14 starts, a record of 5-4. The season started out at 3-1, 328 through his first 8 starts. His last 6 has not been the same path. 2-3 with a 7 ERA. The opposition hitting 266 against. And talked an awful lot about the home run totals. He leads all of major leagues with 23 given up. Miley 17, Franklin Morales 16, and there's a group of 14.
Charlie Blackmon with that .301 batting average, trying to ignite the Rockies offense against Estrada. There is talk among the new Milwaukee media that follow the Brewers that this is a big start for Estrada.
Well, I think I would agree too. I mean, they've got some guys coming at the minor league level that are throwing the ball very well. He struggled the last 6 starts. The first 8 bought him these next 6. Now you need to secure something with Renicky, the manager, and your pitching coach, Rick Krantz.
2-2 now on Charlie Blackmon.
Mentioned those 23 home runs. 14 have been solo. 7 2-run, 1 3-run, and a grand slam.
Boy, it is just
unbelievable,
perfect tonight.
Very good crowd here on a Friday night. The rooftop's packed. Stadium filling up as you get into the bottom of the first inning here.
3 with the Brewers, then 3 with the Cardinals. Rockies will make a week-long trip and then come back for a long homestand. Blackmon keeps the count full with that foul ball. Charlie had a good road trip. He went 7 for 21 on the trip. Got the batting average back up over 300 again. That went off the glove, the chest protector, and whatever else, Jonathan Lucroy, but it gives Blackmon at least one more pitch.
Yeah, it's one of those hits you just grinds on you. By the way, Jonathan Gray tonight started Northwest Arkansas, 2 1/3, 3 hits, couple of runs. He has struck out 5. They lead in the ball game 3-2.
Changeup got him, and that's the first out for the Rockies in the bottom of the first. Corey Dickerson coming to the plate, and it's time for the big hits presented by Mako, the company that repairs all kinds of hits. Check out your local Mako for collision repairs and auto painting for as low as $449. Visit Mako.com today. On the last homestand, Corey Dickerson was swinging the lumber, went 7 for 13 with a home run among those hits and knocked in 5. There is little question this young man's got a lot of talent with a bat in his hand.
And a lot of hustle. I mean, this is a kid shows up every day, works at his trade to become better. Damon Iannelli, the scout out of Louisiana that signed him. Mississippi, I'm going to get a phone call.
Yes, you will. Two quick strikes for Estrada. Worked from behind, but came back to get Blackmon.
Now, changeup is his swing and miss pitch. He'll try to elevate the fastball when a head counts to get you to swing through it. It's just the command. Talking with the Brewers today is more about Estrada has been not necessarily walks, but it's the quality of strikes thrown. Catching too much of the plate in pitcher situations.
Another 2-strike pitch. And this is a base hit to left field. Well, the Rockies get a hit on their second at bat tonight as we take a look at the XL Energy starting defense. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. You see how the Brewers lineup. Segura, the shortstop, is very good. Ramirez, wonderful hands, doesn't have the range as much anymore. And Lucroy, the quarterback of that team, and a Gold Glover in center field, and Carlos Gomez. Troy Tulowitzki now to face his former Long Beach State Dirtbag teammate Marco Estrada. We'll look at strike one. Tulo against Estrada has just a couple of hits, but they've both been home runs. Brewers had 3 doubles in a 4-hit first inning to take this lead. Rockies trying to counter. Dropped a breaking ball in for a called strike 2. Troy also one of the Rockies that hit well on the road trip, went 7 for 20.
I think he's hit well everywhere.
Yeah, from day one.
Yeah, this year has been a great year for Troy. He's healthy.
Hits his torch right center. That'll be extra bases. Braun plays so deep that Tulo is able to get to second. They'll hold Dickerson at third. Troy Tulowitzki with the Rockies' first double of the night, his 15th of the year, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate.
On an 0-2 count, and again, he was well ahead of Dickerson, got a ball elevated, line drive left field. Then he comes back on Tulowitzki on a Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo, elevated fastball again with an upright stance. I tell you, it's fun to watch, folks. A lot of line drives coming off the bat of Troy Tulowitzki. You can see where Dickerson coming into third hard and Stu Cole early in the game, and with the way Morneau has done lately, his average at 297 and 44 RBIs, letting left take a shot at this right-hander on the left-handed side of the plate.
Foul tip, says Jerry Lane, for strike one. 12 for his last 28 is Justin. That's what George was talking about. The batting average climbing again. Good numbers in his career against Milwaukee. This should get out of play. It will. 0-1 changeup there, George.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't throw it again. You know, he's such a good fastball hitter. Reports on him are go off speed stuff. Try to get him to chase. People think they can beat Justin on the inner half of the plate. That's one of the last places you want to come with anything.
Good job to fight that one off, as he did just what Mr. Frazier predicted. Went back to the change.
I just don't see him giving him a fastball to hit unless it's really elevated. And I mean, like chest high and above. Try to get him to chase it. You just don't see Morneau do that very often. The opposition against Estrada has hit 148 this year with runners in scoring position. The Rockies with 30 sacrifice flies, second in baseball to Detroit with 31. There's the elevated fastball. Maybe I should go down and give signs to Luke. I'm like 4 for 4 on Justin here.
Well, as you tell me, and lots of former players have said time and time again, it seems so much easier up here.
Oh, it's a whole lot easier when you don't have to throw it. You just call it.
This might drop. Davis and Gomez, and they run into each other, and that'll allow 2 runs to score. The Rockies make it a 1-run game. Chris Davis, I'm not sure why he got in Carlos Gomez's way.
Center field is the boss after the baseball. And Gomez, who can cover so much ground in the outfield. And looking at it from the high home shot out of our broadcast booth here, you can see Gomez is coming strong, and then I don't know that he nicked it. I don't think he did. I think Gomez just missed the ball in fear of running into Davis in left field, and Davis cut in front of him, and it hit off the end of the bat. Well, excuse me, off the end of the glove, and Gomez just dropped it. That allowed Tulowitzki and Dickerson to score, and to cut this to a 1-run ball game with just 1 out.
A tying run out there for Willeen Rosario. And they are going to rule that a double. We thought so. It'll be a 2-run double for Morneau.
Well, you can see on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo right here, there's no contact between the 2 players other than anticipated contact, and that's why I think Gomez missed it. If he catches it, the Rockies probably will get 1. No one will advance, although Gomez has a very strong and accurate arm out of the outfield.
So now 46 RBIs for Morneau, tops on the club. Long run for the pitcher, and he doesn't get to the bag in time.
That's the best way to break out of a 2 for 23. Big swing off the end of the bat, a mistake, and take off running and get you an infield single.
I was surprised how far Overbay was off the bag to begin with. And then a very late break by Estrada.
Really late break. I don't think Estrada knew how the defense was set. You can see the second baseman, Jeanette, way up the middle also. But you got to know where your defense is so you can play, not only pitch to it, but play to that. You can see it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Bad feed doesn't matter. Rosario's going to beat him to the bag either way.
On the corners now for Brandon Barnes. So the Rockies not only with a chance to make a response, but to make it a big one. Waiting for Wallin, who is putting on one of those guards on his hand when he runs the bases. See if they're actually on his left wrist. And they send Rosario. The throw to second is not in time. Wallin gets the stolen base. His first of the year. And now the go-ahead runs in scoring position.
Yeah, how about this? Huh? Get a big jump over at first base. You have a pitcher in trouble, a pitcher that has struggled. High leg kick, somewhat of a hesitation, a low throw into the second baseman, Gannett, and then a throw not able to be played. And so Rosario comes up with a stolen base. He had 4 each year for the last couple of years. So, but into scoring position is the key.
2 strikes on Brandon Barnes. Well, and that's typical Walt Weiss too. I mean, he recognized Estrada late on the play at first. He's thinking about what he didn't do, how to get out of this inning. The last thing he's thinking about is that runner going.
That, and the fact the team gave me a 3-run lead, and here I go again. We mentioned 3-1 in his first 6 starts or 8 starts, but the last 6 haven't been pretty with an ERA around 7. Good job by Brandon Barnes fighting off 2 nasty pitches down and away.
.287 on the season for Brandon at the plate. Estrada about to make his 26th pitch. And it was a good one on the changeup. He's gotten 2 strikeouts, both on changeups.
Yeah, that's his strikeout pitch typically. It's very good, and it's got a lot of late action on it.
And you can see that, Jeremy. You got 76 strikeouts in less than 85 innings.
Rutledge coming up. This is where Ron Renick's lineup, looking at the Rockies lineup, saying where's the break happen? You know, it's constant one after the other. Guys swinging the bat extremely well. Josh is no different for him. You see his numbers against the Brewers.
He's hitting over 400 this month as well. And that's where Walt said, Rudd, it's time for you to play some third base because I have to get your bat into the lineup.
Well, you look at the hottest situation, and how does it fit your club as you get in deep into the game? You know, the point I'm making here is it better to utilize his bat 4 times a game for Walt Weiss, or is it better for a pinch hitter late in the game or have to pinch run him? Obviously, he thinks the 4 at bats and playing third and doing the job there. That way it keeps Wheeler and Culberson a left-right combination for late in the game. And today he's got Stubbs down there also, along with McHenry.
Ahead of yet another hitter.
It's not about building the lineup for the game every day, but building what you're going to see late in games. And Rodriguez, K-Rod, has been very good as their closer.
Well, he was 2-0 on Charlie Blackmon. He has been 0-1 or 0-2 on everybody since.
Well, he's thrown a lot of strikes, 29 pitches. You mentioned that, 25 strikes.
And this will get him out of the inning. But the Rockies have chipped away. We've played an inning here at Coors Field. The Brewers have a 1-run edge on Christian Bergman.
Milwaukee leads 3-2 as we go top two. It's a Fan Friday. Use the hashtag Toyota Talk. Tweet us at @RootsSports_RM. We'll put some up there. I tweeted 7 hours ago. We got to step it up here on Fan Friday. This is the 11th Friday of the year. If you're going to tweet stuff that you know can't get on TV, please don't. Let's ask some Rockies questions, some baseball questions. Jack and George will answer some stuff up in the booth. We'll do some here. So I'm expecting a lot out of you guys here tonight for Fan Friday, all right? Let's go back upstairs to the booth.
All right, Mark, thank you. Second inning, it will be Gene Segura, the shortstop, to lead it off against Christian Bergman, who got himself in a hole right from the outset, giving up 4 hits to the first 5. But came back to get a couple of ground ball outs and looks for some rhythm here in the second. Segura, an all-star a year ago, gets this one out of here.
Wow. Third home run for Segura. It's 20th RBI now. Jack, whenever it was he was in the Texas League, traded over here along with Helwig, the right-handed starter at the time for Zach Greinke. But at the time, there was Colton Wong, Oscar Taveras, and Segura. All 3 players were playing in the Texas League, and I thought Segura at the time was the most consistent, best player, and it's kind of proven out that way. It looked like a hanging hook. Stayed right up into the middle of that strike zone, and he was able to sit on it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mode.
76 home runs this year for the Brewers. They trail just the Rockies in the National League, and Estrada the beneficiary of all of this so far. Well, and as efficient as Christian Bergman was in those first 2 outings, he's been swimming upstream right now. You said, George, all right, you go back to trying to throw strikes and pound the zone, but at the same time you're sitting there. I've gone through 8 hitters and 5 of them have reached on me.
Yeah, and with extra base hits. I mean, that's the 3 doubles and and then a home run now. And now you start to nibble maybe a little bit too much. You start to fall behind in counts versus keeping the ball down. And his whole game plan going in every time is to keep the ball down in the bottom half of the zone.
And Estrada will get a hit.
Yeah, lifetime 141 hitter. He's hitting 091 this year.
Subaru, of course, tonight will bring you the manager's challenge. If there's a questionable call, instant replay will be used to determine the outcome. It's brought to us by Subaru. love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. And right now, Christian Bergman could use a little love. He's scuffling, trying to find something that's going to work for him. On the check swing, Morneau wisely grabs it and will flip to first before it could go foul.
Like taking out it any way you can right now. Well, now look at it here. Kind of not a half committed swing by Jeanette. He's able to get it. Jeanette stops to see if anybody can advance on it, and they're able to get the runner at first base.
Ryan Braun made one of the outs in the first inning, grounded out to short. For Ryan Braun, this is game number 1,000 tonight. You see what he has done since his debut in the 2007 season. Some pretty hefty numbers in all of those categories.
Yeah, all against you know, everybody that's active right now. He's the 1,513th player to play in 1,000 major league games. Only Dougie would find that. Which is out of a total all-time 8%, 8.3 to be exact, of 18,276 who have put on a major league uniform.
You know, that's interesting. It's actually, that percentage is a little higher than I thought.
Yeah.
Play 1,000 games. That's you know, 6+ years. Did he hold up? He appealed down at first, and Adam Hamari, the young umpire, said yes, 1 and 2.
Yeah, 6+ years playing every day.
Yes, that's,
you know, not
that's
taking
correct.
Any breaks.
Yeah.
And you know, he took a break last year, whatever the suspension was, and then has come back from that.
Well, Christian Bergman, in his first 2 starts, George talked about, he's not a strikeout kind of guy, but he did have 7 punch outs over the first 12 innings.
Never has been a strikeout guy. I mean, you look at his numbers in Colorado Springs, I think 77 total innings down there, and 48 strikeouts. Duck.
There have been some loud foul balls besides the 6 hits the Brewers already have against Christian. They came in with a team batting average of 257, but lots of extra base hits. They have made that count. The best road win total in all of baseball, coming off a 3 out of 4 in Arizona earlier in the week. They've been in first place for 77 days, so that tells you most of the season.
Tough at bat here, fouling off a lot of nasty pitches.
It's 4 straight foul balls on a 1-2 count. You know, the Tigers, the only team been in first more days than Milwaukee. Tigers are leading in Cleveland tonight 2-0. They're not in first place now because Kansas City passed them by. Another good pitch that Braun somehow got some wood on it.
And nobody anticipated the Brewers being this good in the Central. Everybody talked, of course, about the St. Louis Cardinals, and justifiably so, the Pittsburgh Pirates, Cincinnati Reds, and kind of an afterthought, the Milwaukee Brewers. But then you look at the one loss in the Central right now, the Cardinals will be here Monday. They've gotten hot. They're playing a lot better baseball. Trail 4.5. Cincinnati's doing a little bit better. The Pirates have struggled. They're 8.5, and the Cubs are the Cubs. Is that a good way to put it, Doug?
Boy, big pitch there. I don't know what Braun was looking for, but he rings him up with a fastball.
Looking breaking ball, obviously, and it came with a very good fastball in the bottom half of the strike zone. On the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo, watch Rosario's reaction with that right hand. It appeared he rolled it forward. He got a little bit of a punch out mark there.
First strikeout of the night is a big one for Berkman if he can get Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy doubled over the head of Corey Dickerson in left and plate the first run for Milwaukee, and then he came around to score. Brewers got a leadoff homer here in the second from Gene Segura. Lucroy tied with Paul Goldschmidt of the Diamondbacks for the league lead in hits with 90, and I bet you could take even good baseball fans and they wouldn't know that.
No.
National League leaders in hits. There you see where all of those folks are. Tulo in that group is among the players there at 85 hits when Troy got his hit tonight in the first inning. Good jam pitch there, and Christian gets ahead.
Interesting to see how Estrada's going to handle pitching here in the bottom of the second after the base hit. Standing out on the bases, though, this whole half inning, if Christian's able to shut this down. Yeah, seems like in past history, the opposing pitcher just when they're on the base paths, that next inning can be murderous for them.
I was having that same thought go through my mind. You know, we see it happen to Rockies pitchers too.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
Not just the opposition. Good play by DJ, and they will get a tough out in Lucroy, and so after the homer, Berkman able to settle down. Rockies trail by a pair. Big MPGs and fun to drive. Ford, go further. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, just what George and I were talking about as you get some beautiful looks at the early evening here in Lodo, and a good crowd, a really good crowd here tonight at Coors Field. Marco Estrada and the catcher Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy made the last out. Estrada was out on the bases, and he still has I think 3 more warm-up pitches yet.
Yeah, it's been a while. He took some time in that dugout. A lot of the teams, little fun fact for you at home, the Rockies use one also, but the visiting teams have started to bring oxygen tanks in. They put it in the lock down in the dugout so they can get a quick hit of that oxygen mask before they go back out again.
Estrada will get LeMahieu, Bergman, and Blackmon here in the second. And the first pitch strike to DJ, hitting .253 on the year. This one missed. Estrada in that first inning had only 4 pitches out of the strike zone among the 30 he threw.
That's amazing, isn't it? There was a lot of strikes, but there was a lot of them that the catcher didn't catch too.
That is right. Rockies got singles from Dickerson and Rosario, and doubles from Tulowitzki and Morneau, and this will be a base hit for LeMahieu. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more runs during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 p.m. and get your Rockies taco special. Live Mas at Taco Bell. Well, one of the things I think we want to watch as this game goes along, actually the whole weekend, George, Christian Bergman already showing bunt. It was the slash play. Did he miss it? He did, and DJ steals second base. Number 6 for LeMahieu in 11 tries.
Yeah, nice job too, because he put the runner in motion. So now you've got second base charging over to the first. It opens up the whole right side. So as a hitter in that situation, as a pitcher, you're just thinking about slapping the ball as easy as you can to the right side, and almost like a hit and run. You want to protect that runner.
Now the bunt can potentially get DJ to third, or a ball hit to the right side might accomplish that.
Estrada, good athlete. Bunted hard up the third baseline, make them come get it. You can see how close Overpay was. But he'll have an easy play at third base.
We started to say we don't see it in this situation with the catcher, but
well, what you're doing coverage wise is your pitcher is basically covered to the line in here. First baseman's charging hard, so that allows your third baseman to stay back in position. That's what you try to do as a hitter. You can sometimes bunt it by your first baseman, but you can see Overbay really creeping in, and he backed off and they reversed it. They put on a wheel play, and they had Segura get to third base, and had the third baseman coming in, Ramirez, and sent Overbay back. And he had to swing and miss on a first pitch that was a slug bunt, and then failed 2 attempts. He struck out for 1 out, first out here in the inning.
One of the things that we'll see if the adjustment happens at all in this second time through the lineup, and it's not Ryan Braun, especially in right, but even Davis in left, they really are playing deep for just about every Rockies hitter. And Charlie's not going to be happy with that one. Ramirez in foul ground for the second out. The changeup again is a big pitch for Marco Estrada.
That's again repeating a little bit here, but that is the out pitch for him. Fastball's 88 to 91, touch 92 occasionally, pitches most of the time though at 90. Show you a curveball, slider, and then that very good changeup.
So the question is, do you almost, in what you would consider fastball counts, look for the changeup?
You almost have to. I mean, that's what he's going to go to. He's not afraid to throw it at any count during an at bat.
Corey Dickerson about as clutch as any Rockies hitter this season, not named Tulowitzki, with a chance here with 2 outs. 10 first pitch strikes to 11 hitters for Estrada.
Well, all Dickerson has done is hit .400 with men in scoring position. He's had 30 opportunities, 12 for 30.
Trying to get LeMahieu home from second.
And he's hit .371 at home.
Some cloud cover at the start of the game, but the sun bright now for that first baseman. If he's taken a throw from the left field side, especially from the third baseman. That's what Lyle Overbay may have to look into.
Yeah, kind of funny though that you look over. Todd Helton used to wear the flip down glasses, and he'd start wearing the cover up glasses. Overbase at first, he's making sure the bill of the cap doesn't get any sun in it. You'd think you probably would have those on, but the rose colored lens really aren't going to deaden the brightness at all. They're kind of like amber. They're going to illuminate it a little bit.
Estrada ahead yet again, trying to work out of trouble. That evens the count on Corey.
That was a 1-2 change. I want to see if he goes back to it.
Really threw back-to-back changeups to another left-handed batter, Morneau, in the first inning.
Yeah, you know, you're sitting there looking. Everything he's trying to do is he's wanting everything to move away from Corey to eliminate everything. Did it again. Tough play, though.
Segura can't make the pickup, and here comes LeMahieu heading to the plate, and he is safe. Oh, what a heads-up play by DJ LeMahieu, and the Rockies steal a run back.
Now that's one thing about DJ LeMahieu as a baseball player. A lot of people look at what he does defensively, how well he hits in the 8-hole, which he has one of the highest averages hitting in the 8-hole, one of the most difficult spots. But it's the heads-up baseball knowledge that he carries with him. This ball gets away from Segura, and then the off-balance throw, not even close. I mean, the good thing about LeMahieu, no hesitation for him at all. When the ball got booted, you know, you see Segura look back up, and that's just not paying attention to everything that's going on. Here's the side by DJ, the foot in there well ahead of the tag from Lucroy.
Did they credit Dickerson with an RBI? They did, because DJ kept going on the play once they called it a hit.
25 RBIs now.
Corey will tell us tomorrow he really got all of that one. An RBI single on an infield hit, and the shift on for Tulo, 3 to the left side. A huge jump for Dickerson, and there won't even be a throw. That's the third stolen base on the night for the Rockies, and we're just in the second inning. 5 out of 7 for Corey.
Yeah, big jump right here, and that's where you see him come into the bag and pop up with no attempt at all by Lucroy or Estrada. The whole thing's on. Now you think about this with Overbay well off the bag now. It's part of this shift for Tulowitzki.
Now the Brewers are one of the teams that do an awful lot of infield shifting. 2-0 on Troy, and even though Morneau, a left-handed batter, is a tough out, let's see how much they go after Tulo now that it's a 2-0 count with first base open.
And remember, Jerry Narron is the bench coach for Ron Renicky, and Jerry has always been an astute student of the game when it comes to spray charts, where guys hit baseballs, and what counts they hit baseballs in.
Three 3-0 now on Troy, with Morneau hoping to hit. Troy. I think Troy's done a wonderful job this year. I mean, he's hitting so well, obviously, but I think his patience at the plate has been as good as I've seen him.
I think that's what's made him as good a hitter as he is this year.
And there's ball 4. That is his 38th walk this year, the team leader. So when you have 85 hits and 38 walks, you have a .450 on base percentage.
Yeah, you're talking about spray charts where guys pitch you, and Latch is doing just that in the dugout. You see all these books here. There's an offensive side, defensive side, and a pitch side, and he keeps a lot of these books. You know, working with Tony La Russa, working around Dave Duncan, he inherited a lot of that knowledge, and now that he is there, not at first base, it gives him the time and focus to be able to do that.
Justin Morneau hit a ball to left center field. It went off the glove of Carlos Gomez as he worked to avoid a collision with Chris Davis, the left fielder, and it knocked in 2 of the Rockies' 3 runs. Now he's trying to give the Rockies the lead. Last inning, this is the play where Davis hampered Gomez.
And he sure did. He went right in front of him. Gomez thought the collision was going to happen, so he kind of drew his arms in for a brace of the body, and that allowed the ball off the end of the glove and a base hit double.
This is more than a double. Oh my goodness. Number 24 in home runs allowed by Marco Estrada. A 3-run touch 'em all time for Justin Morneau.
47 RBIs now for Morneau. That takes over the team lead ahead of Tulowitzki, who was at first base and scored on this 3-run shot by Justin Morneau. 12 home runs, 47 RBIs after the double in the first inning. And then now this.
That was as no doubt as you could make it.
Go ahead and have a pretty good night. That is the second 3-run home run given up by Estrada.
Just as Estrada was getting ready to pitch, Willeen asked for time.
I want to correct myself. 49 RBIs now. That's 5 on the night for Morneau.
This time they will get Willeen on the ground out, but the damage done. A hustling run by DJ LeMahieu, and then this blast from Justin Morneau. The Rockies have their first lead of the night.
From number 33 to make it 6-4 Rockies as we head to the third inning. Mark Stout in center field at our set. It is a Fan Friday. Hashtag Toyota Talk at @RootSports_RM. Hannah, there's Hannah. This is her question, though. I hit that too hard. When will Arenado be back in the hot corner? Well, guess what, Hannah? Talked to Nolan Arenado today. In fact, he was doing a little soft toss out at third base, doing a little work because he had his finger x-rayed yesterday. It is 85% healed, as good as they could expect 4 weeks after the injury. That happened 4 weeks ago in Atlanta. So Jack and George, right now he's going to do some finger exercises next week. More worried about hitting and holding the bat than fielding with the glove.
Well, I think the vibration too.
Yeah.
You know, when it hits the bat, that's going to be another feeling that can either be good or bad. And that's why you just hope it's all healthy and ready to go.
And I think, George, they're going to be cautious with it just after what happened to Brett Anderson, where he fractured a finger on the vibration.
Yeah, you don't need to have another reoccurrence and have him gone again. Not when everybody's starting to get healthy.
Well, as my partner tonight knows, Christian Bergman's job right now is a put-down inning. Your team gave you the lead. You need to put that 0 on the scoreboard here against the heart of the lineup of the Brewers. Got number 1, Gomez, on some high heat.
Now, it's okay to elevate as long as you elevate above the hands to where they can't do a whole lot with it with movement. So that ball's coming in. It really tied his hands up. A free swinging Gomez goes to chase, just can't get there to the baseball. Good pitch, Bergman.
2 strikeouts on the night now for the right-hander from Cal Irvine. Ramos Ramirez doubled right over the third base bag to score 2 in the 3-run Brewer first. 1-1 on the veteran, who some thought perhaps in his final year in Chicago that he was going to retire early, but reborn, if you will, in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it's been pretty special. I've always admired what he has been able to do as a player.
One of the most regretted trades in baseball, when Ramirez went from the Pirates to the Cubs.
I don't remember who they got.
Jose Hernandez.
Who?
Jose Hernandez, an infielder.
Who? Yeah.
Off of Berkman, and Ramirez is on. Make sure Christian's okay. And I'll tell you what, sometimes for the Rockies this year, got him, I think, didn't get the glove. I think it got him on the wrist. Yeah, he's pointing to the base of his left palm and wrist area.
Now you'll be able to see it right here, coming at it line drive. I mean, you try to self-defense it as much as you can. Here's another look. Oh boy, got him right on that thumb, didn't it? That's what it appeared to be. The Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Either way, it got good, and it's not a good feeling.
The Rockies, of course, have had so many injuries to pitchers this year, and Christian Friedrich is going to make his first start filling in tomorrow after Juan Nicasio was sent down to Colorado Springs to get his work going again. Brett Anderson, Tyler Chatwood, I know they've been throwing some bullpens. George, you've talked to both those guys. They're moving along, but you're still looking at probably at least 3 weeks or so before they're back.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's not a time for anyone to go down again. I think that's the best way to put it.
Keith Duggar working with Bergman, and I guess part of the problem too, George, you know, sometimes in a circumstance like that, they might, if it's a position player, tape his wrist or thumb. I don't know if you could do that as a pitcher because of the white.
Yeah, because of the white. Now maybe they get some tan tape and be able to do it.
Tan or black tape. Yeah.
I think the problem you're going to run into is just catching the baseball.
Now that's what when Jordan Lyles hurt his hand, that's what he said. He just that I couldn't catch the ball.
Too much pain. I remember Ron Guidry playing in I think it was 82. Yeah, it was 82 that there was a ball, maybe 83, but ball hit right off of his finger on his glove hand, so it was broken hand. And he went ahead and pitched with it on his left on his right hand, his catch glove. But they would throw the ball. Cerrone would throw the ball softly back to Greg Nettles, and he'd flip it to him in between pitches. So every time he had to run in and out. That didn't last long.
Christian wants to stay in the game, and Keith Duggar says to Walt Weiss and Jim Wright, let's give it a go, see how he plays it. And so Bergman will remain.
A lot of times as a catcher, you've got to be cognizant of the fact he just took a ball off the wrist and lean with a very strong arm. Don't be firing it back at 100 miles an hour. Just make sure you get a nice flip back to him. Don't let your runners take advantage of it where they might steal a base on you because of that.
You credit Ramirez with his second hit. A one-out base runner for Chris Davis. Davis grounded out to Josh Rutledge his first time up. Josh made a nice short hop pickup to take care of Chris. Got the slider in to even the count. Outfield again shaded a little bit towards right center. Davis definitely has pop. He's got a dozen homers. That's tied with Carlos Gomez for second on the team behind Mark Reynolds, who has 13. And does he have 13? He does. Second home run of the night for the Brewers. They've come back and tied it at 6.
Yeah, maybe just one of those nights at Coors Field that you have one of those ball games.
Yeah, that did not look. I mean, Justin Morneau, you knew that one looked like it was playable when it left the bat.
Yeah, just a high fly ball is what it appeared like to me out to left field. And Bergman kind of knew when it left his hand. It's a running fastball to the inner half. Davis clears really well. Got under it, a deep high drive. But again, I just thought this ball's got a chance because of where it was hit out there at 390 feet. And it clears at about 400.
Rockies will put the shift on against Lyle Overbay. And because it might be one of those nights, it's also, if the hand doesn't become a problem, that you have to hope Christian Bergman can give you some innings. They get Overbay for the second straight time on a ground ball to short right, and LeMahieu for the second out. Rockies are still down a pitcher. They had the off day that helps, but this is the last day of the suspension for Nick Massett. So there's one less arm available for the Rockies in the bullpen. Walt Weiss talking to Keith Duggar, the Rockies head athletic trainer, about what to do with Bergman. Gene Segura hit the other Milwaukee homer last inning.
I think that's the hard thing to do. Can he catch the baseball? Is there any pain of when the hand comes forward in the delivery? Because it's only natural to squeeze the glove. So now are you changing the front side of the delivery, which obviously dictates a lot of what goes on in the back of the delivery.
And Segura just hit his second. And the Brewers have regained the lead. Gene Segura came into the game with 2 homers on the year. He's equaled that in 2 at-bats. That again on a 2-strike pitch. It was an 0-1 pitch last inning.
Yeah, you can see that Brewer dugout. They went down the other way with the big home run by Morneau. Now they're back fired up again. Swinging this bat a little bit, and it's maybe one of those games just to battle through it. See that ball come in and just run back over the the middle of the plate. Segura drops some back foot on it. Had 13 home runs a year ago. He's got 4 now.
First time he's had multiple homers in a game in the big leagues. Marco Estrada, who had a single his first time up. And again, a chance to work ahead, but the finish for both pitchers tonight has been an elusive thing.
Yeah, just like I said, it could be one of those nights. It's very warm here, of course, in Denver, downtown Denver today. Mistakes by pitchers, and then two pretty good hitting teams that hit the long ball.
Estrada keeps the at bat alive as Tommy Kahnle has begun to warm up in the Rockies bullpen. Bergman's thrown 68 pitches, and there's strike 3. But the Brewers, with a pair of homers, have regained the lead. It's 7-6, and we're in the middle of the 3rd inning. Here at Coors Field, as it is now time for the Coors Timeless Moment. On this date back in 2009, it was a 2-run walk-off for Todd Helton in a win over the Pirates. That was that remarkable stretch for the Rockies when they won 15 out of 16, got themselves back in the race, and ultimately went to the postseason as a wild card.
That was a great time here around Lodo.
Brandon Barnes will lead off the Rockies' 3rd. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. Estrada has struck out 3. He's walked 1 and given up his 6 runs on 7 hits. Tommy Kahnle was throwing for a while, sat down. Looks like he's going to start up again. That might be the end of the night for Christian Bergman. 1-2 the count on Barnes.
I just don't know how he could swing the bat. I think it'd be very difficult with that hand, a bad bruise on it.
So we have had a fractured hand, a fractured finger. We hope there's not a fracture in line with Christian Bergman the way it's gone for Rockies starting pitchers this year. It's not even the normal things like Eddie Butler's shoulder. That at least is somewhat normal, and Barnes goes down on the changeup for the second straight time. Well, Mark Stout's somewhere around the ballpark. Let's check in. What's up, Mark?
Yeah, Jack, out here in center field because it's Fan Friday. Hashtag Toyota Talk. @RootsSports_RM. JJ wants to know about team scouting umpires. So, for instance, Jerry Lane's behind the plate tonight. He's been in the league 25 years, guys. Does that happen, scouting umpires?
Absolutely it does. And you'll scout whether high ball, low ball. Do they give you the corners? Or an east-west guy? What are they? A lot of guys, 25 years in the league, you got a pretty good reputation of them. But there is scouting reports on umpires of who's working the plate, just like umpires. I've gone in as a broadcaster to said hi to some umpires that were working when I was there, and they go, "Who's pitching for you guys tonight?" You know, or they would go, "You've got Jimenez going," or, you know, "You've got this guy going." Beat it out, didn't he? Wow. Anyway, they've got reports on all the pitchers too. They like to know who's behind the plate as a catcher. They keep a pretty good report on everything.
That's a good play by Scooter Gennett off of the deflection.
Yeah, it sure was. You see him come get to the baseball, and it Rutledge's out by a half a step.
So for the first time tonight, a pitcher in this game has gotten the first two men in an inning. DJ LeMahieu singled last inning to start the 4-run rally. Came around to score on the 2-out infield hit by Corey Dickerson. Kyle Parker in the on-deck circle. If LeMahieu keeps the inning going, Parker will bat for the pitcher Bergman. But this ground ball will be handled by Overbay, the first baseman, and Estrada gets the first 0 of the evening. 7-6, the Brewers lead it after 3. Is proud to support the home team. Sign up at efirstbank.com. Justin Morneau's had a big night with 5 RBIs. Second time this year he has done that. Gene Segura with his first multi-homer game, and a pair of homers from Davis and Segura last inning gave Milwaukee the edge that they hold as they'll face a new pitcher here in the 4th inning, as Tommy Kahnle will come on to work for Colorado.
Very good numbers for Kahnle. 11 earned run average, over 27 appearances, 31 strikeouts, 38 in the 3rd inning. He's going to have to maintain the ship here for a little bit and let this offense get going. The home runs, only 3 given up. He's inherited 14 runners, 10 haven't, which is outstanding. That first batter efficiency jumps out at you, almost 70%. That's where you'd like to be. He's at 67.
He'll get the top of the order as the Brewers have gone through their lineup twice. The Rockies nearly have themselves. Scooter Gennett, a double and 2 tries and a run scored. The clouds and the setting sun no longer make the issue at first base in terms of the glare a problem. First pitch strike from Tommy Kahnle. If you're wondering, Scooter is not his given name, but it has been his name, at least for his family, since he was a small boy. His given name is Ryan. He loved the Muppet Babies. And
who didn't, though?
And the character Scooter. And he was telling me today in the clubhouse, it's a cute story. He would always unbuckle his seatbelt in the back seat, and his mother would keep getting upset and stopping the car, going back, buckling it, and he would do it again. So she pulled into a police station to have a policeman sort of put the fear of God into him.
Man.
And the policeman asked him his name. 2-2 now.
Don't
the
tell
count.
me.
And
Don't
he said Scooter Gennett, and he said I told him Scooter because I was afraid I was going to get arrested and I didn't want him to know my real name. How about that?
That worked real well.
And now he is going to be Scooter for the rest of his life.
There's no question. Mom's very happy to see it too, to see him here in the big leagues and be named Scooter.
Just a little bit low at 97 for Tommy Kahnle. Full count. And that's what Tommy Kahnle did not want to do.
Well, get ready for an amazing fireworks show on Thursday, July 3rd after the Rockies-Dodgers game, courtesy of Lockheed Martin. Tickets going quickly. Get yours today, Rockies.com/fireworks. Pretty cool how they made the fireworks say root, huh?
Yeah, I'm always impressed when I see that.
I'm telling you, magic happens daily.
Ryan Braun has grounded out and been called out on strikes. This could be 2. And Tulo will only get 1. You could see the spin on that ball, a potential problem. Troy didn't panic and got the lead man.
Well, once again, when you have the hands and the assuredness that you're going to make a play, I think that's one of the things that obviously is a huge asset. Troy with just 4 errors on the season so far anyway, but this ball had unbelievable top spin. A lot of shortstops wouldn't have wanted to get in front of it. Hit very hard by Braun. Tulo able to recover, catch it on the bounce, and then the snap throw to DJ. Nice extension by GJ at second to get the out.
That's when you like that 6'4" second baseman,
yeah, that's
right?
exactly right.
Braun runs well, 6 steals in 8 tries. Lucroy has an RBI double and is grounded out. Now, Tommy Kahnle was made available. Most of you folks know the scenario now. He had some control issues in the Yankee organization, and you get into a numbers crunch sometimes and who can be on that 40-man roster. And you credit John Weil and the Rockies pro scouting department for zeroing in on this guy. And
yeah, the Rockies' first scouting director, Pat Doherty, was the guy that had the Eastern League last year where he pitched, and then it was covered also by Jack Gillis, Will George, 3 pro scouts that work under John. And then the move was made and sold to John. And, you know, you start to rank those guys in Rule 5 that you would like to have or take a gamble on. And then once those names are secured, then it's the pressure gets put on, you know, John and those guys to sell him to Dan, to be a Dan O'Dowd, to spend that $50,000 to put him on your 40-man roster and keep him there. And it's a good job of scouting and a good job of pitching by Canely.
yeah, the Rule 5 player then has to justify that thinking. And he's getting himself in trouble here, falling behind Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy, the best hitting catcher in the National League this year by far, at least in terms of batting average. Will he be going on 3-0? He didn't have to worry about it. It wasn't close. And 2 walks in the inning. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Okay, I'm going to put you in Jim Wright's role. What's he saying?
Well, you go out and you want to leave him with a positive. No negative comments here. You got to look down. Hey, let's go play catch with Wallin, get the ball down in the zone, and get a double play ball and get out of the inning. You know, if you go out and you get too mechanical with them as a pitching coach, you're only adding to the confusion that's already transpiring in their head. So I think it's you know, you go out with the positives. Say, hey, you know what? You've been trying to throw the fastball, and all I see is you getting a little frustrated. You're trying to throw it too hard. Got a really good changeup. Got a good slider. Let's go to those couple of pitches. See what happens here.
Dangerous hitter in Gomez, their cleanup hitter. A single and a run scored in 2 at bats. A strikeout victim last time up against Bergman. And didn't get the corner. This time he gave up that home run to Triunfel of the Dodgers on a changeup. He might be a little reluctant about throwing it, unfortunately. Is that a time when either from the dugout or the catcher that you got to make him throw it?
Yeah, you just reinforce. Hey, a guy's going to hit a home run off of all the pitches you throw. You know, let's make a pitch right here. Come back with it. Has it been good all year? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go to work.
That open stance of Gomez, but boy, does he close to the ball. Good block by Rosario. 2-1 the count.
You know, and I want to bring this up with Wallin. I mean, he's done a nice job this year, just 4 passed balls. And you go back to that first year when he had the injured ankle and knee at 21. The next year 9, now 4. So it tells you obvious improvement by Rosario behind the plate, which is 4 passed balls. You see it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
Pair of walks sandwiched around a fielder's choice. Hitters count for Gomez. Now 2-2. Crowd into the 40,000 range for sure tonight. Wonderful turnout. To get the Rockies going again.
Well, it is a beautiful turnout at the ballpark. I mentioned earlier in the game, the rooftop's full. Third deck starting to get full. The lower half of the ballpark is full already. It's a beautiful crowd and a beautiful time to be at Coors Field.
Gomez fought off a slider. See what Canely and Rosario have in mind here. And back to the fastball.
At 95 miles an hour. Remember that Bergman struck him out on a fastball, but it was in on the hands, tied him up, and was elevated.
Now that fastball, you can see on the forward strike zone that it was elevated, but it was on the middle of the plate, not in. This will be an RBI hit. Braun will score. Lucroy will hold at second. And the Brewers cash in the walk. It's 8-6 Milwaukee.
40 RBIs now for Gomez on the season with that base hit out of the reach of Tulowitzki up the middle. Coming right out of the hand, appeared to be the changeup. You see that ball dive right at the last second. I mean, you got to tip your cap sometimes. That's a pretty good piece of hitting by Gomez to go down and get that pitch and hit it with enough authority to get it by Tulowitzki.
Tommy Canely, for the most part this year, has been able to minimize the walks doing damage to him. But there it costs him the 2 walks in the inning. Aramis Ramirez, 2 hits tonight, 2 RBIs. His hit last time up is what helped speed the departure of Christian Bergman. He hit a ball back up the middle and it caught Bergman on the left wrist and thumb area. He finished the 3rd inning, but gave up 2 homers after the base hit by Ramirez. And now here's the number 5 hitter batting for the 3rd time, and the 2nd time with men in scoring position. Does Morneau have a play? Trying to find it. He does. The runners were going, but it was so high in that foul ball that they all got back.
And it caught Rosario on the backswing. I'm not sure where it got him. Got him up on the side of the head. Checking for some blood. Of course, you know, again, you're back to that concussion side there. Rosario was coming up to make the throw. He gets hit very hard here, folks, on that backswing. But he was trying to get in a position to throw the runner out at 3rd. That's when he walked right into the backswing of Ramirez.
You get so many guys, George, that when that one hand comes off the bat, it really elongates that backswing, that follow through.
Yeah, very long follow through. And then, you know, Rosario showing him, just answering all the questions for Scotty Garrett to make sure that he's okay right now. Caught him right there on the side of the helmet. Man, oh man.
So the Bull will stay in the game. And with 2 outs, Chris Davis will be the hitter with the 2 men on. Brewers are developing a pattern the Rockies don't want to see here. 3-1. 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth.
It's a dangerous pattern to get into. You deal with Davis, who's got all kinds of power, good fastball hitter, 24 home runs in 124 career games. You know, you were talking about Ramirez earlier and how well he had played as a younger player. How about that? I mean, this gets overlooked. 362 home runs. That's 10th among active players right now.
Overpowered Davis with that one. Yeah, going back to Aramis Ramirez, I mean, he was an RBI machine for a good 5-7 year stretch with the Chicago Cubs.
He was, and you know, strange. That's, yeah, like you said, that's one of those trades they wish they had back, kind of like the Lou Brock trade to St. Louis.
This is trouble unless it slices, and fortunately it does. George said the power of Chris Davis. He hit a home run over the 390 sign in left. last at bat. Nearly took one out down the right field line there.
That shows you the kind of power he's got opposite field. Big time power. Yeah, you can see that average pretty much stinks with runners in scoring position at 2 outs. 0.65, is that right?
Mm-hmm. One ball and 2 strikes on Davis. Not all that surprising for a younger player. It always seems that for young hitters, that's the last area of development, that 2-out clutch ability. This is just his 2nd year in the big leagues, and as George said, this is 124 games.
Yeah, not very long at all. Still a baby.
Got him. Got him to chase a high breaking ball. But the Brewers add another. They lead by 2. There's a long way to go in this one.
$14 runs on 17 hits here at Coors Field on a Fan Friday. Let's answer a couple of tweets. Hashtag Toyota Talk at @RootSports_RM. Ricky wants to know who the Rockies' all-time base stealer is. That would be Eric Young. 180 in his career. There he is. You see Eric Young. Single season, it's Willie Tavares with 68 back in 2008. And our buddy Kevin wants to know, Jack, how you came up with touch 'em all time as your home run call.
That's a good one. It actually started when I was 10 years old, playing a wiffle ball game with a kid in the neighborhood, and it just sort of spontaneously came out. And when I got into the big leagues, working with Hall of Fame broadcaster Joe Tate, the first time I used it, we went to a commercial break, and Joe said, "That's pretty good. You ought to keep it, kid." So I was just following orders.
Well, there's so much sensitivity to guys that, you know, come up with a home run call or do different things, and the other guys will say, "Oh, you can't use that one because that guy used it or this used it." I think some of them are so good it doesn't really matter. You've got a good one. Drew's got a good one. I think Jerry does too. So it's nice to hear the variations.
Yeah, and you know, you don't try and force it. I think it just was something that, like I said, came out spontaneously, George, and had a good response to it. So I stayed with it. People sometimes mistakenly think I say touch of all time, and they go, "Oh, it's just a home run," but it's touch 'em all time, touch all 4 bases.
That's right. Well, I have a lot of spontaneity that comes out of my mouth at times. Don't I, Doug? You don't know what I'm eating now, see?
1 out after the Canely strikeout. Charlie Blackmon trying to get his first hit on the night. He struck out and fouled out. Nobody on the Rockies roster studies more video than this guy. He is voracious about it.
Well, there's a lot of the studying part of it. It's not just sitting down and watching a pitcher. A lot of times it's charting what his tendencies are against left-handed hitters that are similar to you. And you find out what he does or how he does it. Soft one. Segura will run this one down in left field. The next bite to the game is Sunday. That's right, June 22nd, when the Rockies take on the Brewers. Visit Rockies.com/green for more information. I ride fast on my bike. Look at that. I got one of those GoPros on there, and I'm riding down the street. I'm coming right up Market right now, and I want to make a left into the ballpark here in just a second. See what I tell you.
Oh,
bingo.
Yeah. There you go. Now Marco Estrada with some well-timed change-ups has slowed down the Rockies over the last inning and 2/3, and there's another off-speed pitch, but nobody will get to that one. It'll just be a strike on Dickerson. Corey, 2 singles, an RBI, and 2 runs scored tonight. Estrada on the ropes after 2 innings, but got the Rockies in order in the 3rd and the first 2 here in the 4th.
Now, National League hitters leading against the right-handed pitcher. This is over 100 at bats. Those guys that jump out at you, Matt Adams of the Cardinals, you'll see him on Monday. LaCroix, you're seeing tonight. Casey McGee, you saw him earlier in the year with the Florida Marlins. And then you get Corey and Troy, a couple of Rockies that have hit very well against right-handers.
That was coming into the ball game, and they've had 3 of the Rockies' 7 hits tonight. And this one will be another hit for Dickerson. He fought a fastball off his hands. Boy, he wanted to make Gomez hustle. It's a 3-for-3 night for Dickerson. Time for the Steel T Heating and Air Cool Stat. Never a trip charge for a repair. That's a $69 value. Steel T. The T stands for trust. Go to steelt.com. And our cool stat is, how about that for Tulo? Better than 400 in his career against Milwaukee pitching. Tonight, a double and then a pitch around last time up. And that didn't pay off because Morneau followed with a 3-run homer. So Troy, against his former dirtbag teammate at Long Beach State, Marco Estrada, has 3 hits against him, and they've been 2 homers and a double now. And they are definitely concerned about the Rockies' running game tonight. They've already stolen 3 bases. And this has got to be so much more on that guy, Estrada, the pitcher, because Lucroy's decent in terms of a throwing arm.
Yeah, he is. He's throwing out 26%.
Running was Dickerson. Skying to right is Tulo, and Braun will grab it. And the Rockies are done in the 4th. It remains a 2-run advantage for the Brewers. watching the Rockies on Root Sports. Be sure to tell us where you're watching from on Twitter at RootSports_RN. Welcome back to Coors Field, where the Brewers lead by 2 after 4 innings, 8-6, and
we've had a lot of
big
fun
week
right?
here.
Yeah, you know, last year I said send me your hat, so I got like 70 hats. I got them all at home too, by the way. Well, Dougie became a father.
That's right.
Doug Morneau last week, and Elizabeth Paulina is now 6 days old, and he got a great hat today. Is this not awesome or what? Not a little baby's hat. It came from Bethley out of Parker, Colorado. Beth, Doug, and his beautiful bride Lindsay, thank you. In the wintertime, we'll have Elizabeth wear this. I don't think she was named after you, but we're going to say Beth. Beth, why not, right?
There you go.
So
there you go.
Thanks for the hat. I love it. Dougie will put it on her tonight when he gets home. Well, maybe not tonight, but shortly.
And congratulations to
absolutely
to our man, Mr. Marino, for sure. Lyle Overbay, who has grounded out twice, will lead off the Brewer fifth. It's going to be a big day for the Corrigan household tomorrow. We're going to have another grandchild.
That's right.
Yeah. So we're excited.
You should be excited. It's going to be great.
Yeah, Grammy and Papa, you know, we're ready to roll.
I'm telling you, it's wonderful.
Tommy Kahnle came on last inning. A couple of walks cost him as he gave up an RBI hit to Carlos Gomez. There's a strike into Overbay.
Well, it's hard enough to play against the Brewers and not give up hits. And then when you start walking guys, you're going to create even more of a headache for you as far as having equal opportunity to get guys out.
And Tommy Kahnle has taken on the tough role of being the Rockies' long man from the right side anyhow. You know, not a role that he probably had much experience with before at any level in the minors, I wouldn't think.
And you're thinking about him, you're probably looking and thinking, you know what, with this type of velocity, if you were the Yankees at the time, let's use him in the 8th inning. Let's throw him out there in the 9th inning. See if he can be a closer at 95 to 97 miles an hour. Just that 1 inning spurt. But the walks were always something that hindered it for him. But he has really harnessed a lot of good things here in the Rockies uniform.
Charlie Blackmon grabs the Overbay fly ball in center. And Kahnle gets the first out here in the 5th.
And the Rockies bullpen, everybody's starting to move around down there. Belisle and Ottavino and Rex brothers, because you just don't know when that phone's going to ring, and it could be your turn. See Franklin Morales starting to jump around. Make sure they get loose. You know, somebody will probably be up after this next inning. Kahnle will be 5th up next inning.
The number
6th.
Yep.
Next inning, so you start to think your way through it. Plus, you don't know how long he's going to go.
Gene Segura, the number 8 hitter, has had the best night in his career in the big leagues in terms of home run balls. He's hit 2 of them. And they were both off the starting pitcher Christian Bergman. 1-1 now with Kahnle. This guy was an all-star last year, hit .294. Young player, you get the league adjust to you, and now you have to adjust yourself.
And guys with speed seem to adjust quicker. They get a lot of leg hits. He's got pretty good speed. This year, 13 stolen bases.
The 2-1 is off the plate. And for Tommy tonight, 33 pitches, and 17 of them, so more than half, have been out of the strike zone.
Yeah, but the stuff's so nasty. He can get into those 3-1, 2-1 counts and still get the result he's looking for, get a fly ball out. With 1 out and an 8-hole hitter up, you'd like to try to finish this one up. Jerry Lane sees that as a fastball for a strike.
I don't think Gene did.
No, Gene didn't agree with him, and he got Estrada in the on-deck circle. We probably didn't think he was going to be in the game after the second inning, but he's been able to throw up a couple of zeros.
Another 3-2 pitch will come for Gene Segura. Rockies will have Christian Friedrich up from Colorado Springs to pitch tomorrow. The Rockies will make a roster move after the game tonight to clear a spot for Friedrich.
Well, you never know about the situation with Berkman. I mean,
that's true.
Another situation that has created itself. A lot of people always make the comment, you know, the game has a way of taking care of itself.
Well,
fly ball to left.
Not 3 in a row for Segura. And Canely gets 2 routine fly balls to get the first 2 outs here in the 5th. If you have auto glass damage, trust Safelight. Go online to safelight.com or call 303-287-5000 to schedule an appointment. Marco Estrada, Brewers pitcher, as George said, after the second inning when he was down 6-4, didn't know if he'd be around to bat for a second time or a third time. Yet here he is in the 5th, batting for his 3rd attempt. Rockies will have the middle 3rd of the order in the bottom of the 5th inning. So in terms of Canely's spot coming up, they'll have to have a rally going, but it's really more about the number of pitches, I would think, here for Tommy that will dictate this being his last inning.
And once you get through the 5th with 4 innings to work in that bullpen, I mean, even with Massett down tonight, you still have the 2 left-handers, Morales and Brothers, Ottavino, Martin, Belisle, and Hawkins. So you work your way through those last 4 innings and not overuse anybody.
Rockies do not have an off day after the one they enjoyed yesterday. They don't have an off day until into the month of July. The good side, most of the next 5 weeks the games are at home.
Rockies' top prospect, John Gray, started against Northwest Arkansas tonight. 5 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned a couple of walks and 7 strikeouts. He had thrown 5 innings of no-hit baseball 2 starts ago and had thrown 3-hit shutout baseball through 6 in his last start. Tonight a struggle down in Arkansas, but the Drillers lead in that game now, 8-6.
And Estrada, with some foul balls, has been able to work the count full. Well, and what you and I were talking about during dinner, George, in terms of John Gray, I mean, it's the education continues.
Absolutely it does. And, you know, by no means do you want to try to rush that education.
And that should be, I thought that was ball 4. Nope, that's ball 3 now. Okay.
I thought it was ball 4 too.
Yeah. We got ahead of ourselves by 1. Tommy Canely saying, you know, I'm throwing these pitches. I'm expecting this being a pitcher not to make contact, and he is. Not much in the Estrada resume to suggest he's a big hitter, but as a hit tonight and a battle here.
MLB TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers and watch every out-of-market game live in true HD and on over 4,000 devices.
Once more with the 3-2, and he walked him. That was a 10-pitch at bat by the pitcher. But the Rockies had their best inning when they put Segura on, or excuse me, put Estrada on the bases. So come out there again.
Jim Wright grabbing that telephone. He's got the pitch clicker in his hand. That's that silver thing you see. Keeping track of all the pitches. They'll write them down in a book, monitor it. Unless that pitcher comes and tells them the next day that they can go again. I mean, here he is with another ball. But his pitch count jumping up there pretty good. That 87-mile-an-hour changeup didn't make it into the strike zone. It was 47 pitches to get through 2 innings.
And a lot of them up. He has been missing primarily in that area. Only goes downstairs, but can't get that one in the zone either.
Chris Martin appears to be popping up out of the bullpen and getting ready to go down there.
But you don't want what looked to be a routine inning to all of a sudden spin away with a couple of walks that put you into the big boys. There's a strike.
Well, when you do have the ability, and you know it as a pitcher, that you've struggled with the strike zone in the past, which he had in the Eastern League a year ago through his career, that sometimes when you start to walk a couple, boy, it starts creeping back in there again, and you just start to think about it.
Gets the count even now on Jeanette. Led off the game with a double, sort of set the tone for the evening on the 4th pitch of the game. Rutledge will take a look, but it's out of play. I mean, it's an interesting scenario, and it's why in part Tommy Kahnle was exposed in the Rule 5 draft. He's given up 1 hit in an inning and 2/3, and he's thrown 51 pitches.
Yeah, it's a lot of pitches to be sitting around.
And what's happening in this inning, maybe a little less action on that fastball, even though it's got good velocity, because it's up. He's giving up a lot of foul balls. That's what Estrada did to eventually get the walk. That's what Jeanette's doing here.
Yeah, I would agree. I just think it's one of those deals where you just you don't have that late life on that fastball.
LeMahieu will flip it to Tulo to get the force on Estrada. It was a lot of work, but Tommy got the 0. Rockies are down 2 halfway through.
From the front of the ballpark. 8-6 we go, bottom 5. Brewers in the lead here on this Fan Friday. Hashtag Toyota Talk at Root Sports _RM. Linda, I am so glad you asked this question. Are the Bat Boys local kids, or do they travel with the team? First of all, they're not kids. You got to be 18. But in production right now here at Root Sports is a feature on Nick Hunter, who is the team's Bat Boy for most of the home games. And we're going to have that probably ready next week. Pretty interesting as to what the Bat Boys do. It's not just retrieving bats and getting the home plate umpire of the baseballs. A lot goes on. It's a job, a real job that they do. So look for that coming up. Let's go back to Jack and George, guys.
All right, Mark. The Bat Boys, the clubhouse attendants, the clubbies as they're more familiarly known, and then the people who run the clubhouses, Alan Bossert and Mike Bonarelli on the Rockies side, Keith Schultz in the visitors clubhouse. Lots of long hours for those guys. They really do a lot to make sure that the Rockies and all the visiting players get treated first class.
No question, and it's they do a very good job of that. Things have changed a lot in the game. That's one of the things that have changed now. The food service and the care and everything that goes on in the locker rooms, home and road both, and here on the visitor side and with Keith, and on the home side with Alan, they're off the charts.
Justin Morneau, a double, a homer, and 5 RBIs. And the home run, the 3-run shot here in the second inning, was about as no doubt as you can make it.
15 RBIs in the last 9 games for Justin Morneau, and that was the icing on the cake for number 15.
This one pretty well hit to left. Davis going back at the wall. He'll grab it. Time for you to tweet us your Rockies fan photos using the hashtag COFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to us by AT&T. Some great photos, even when I'm over in the Rockies radio booth, the 850 KOA booth. It's always great to take a peek, watching the monitor, see some of the great pictures you guys get for those.
They do that.
Willeen Rosario with an infield hit in 2 tries. Marco Estrada has suddenly found himself.
Well, he's getting a lot of balls down in the strike zone, getting some ground ball outs, easy outs. Well, you know, when you say some of the pictures that show up on Route and the production and things that go on around here. Well, Sammy and I worked our first game in 1988 together in Oklahoma. He was in a high home windstorm.
This is hit to center field. Gomez going back, still going back. That'll be a double for the Bull. That ball hit right at a center fielder, especially at sunset. Difficult to judge how well it's been hit.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think, too, Gomez, one of those guys that can really get back on a ball and make a play on the baseball. Not able to do this. Willeen, a couple of hits in this ball game. You see him get those hands in tight to get the good part of the wood of that bat on the baseball. Really swung high, deep fly ball, and as it carried out, Gomez thought he had it before he got to the track, then had to turn and play it off of the wall. Hit about 3 feet up on the wall. Their outfield plays extremely deep here.
Brandon Barnes has been punched out twice by Estrada. And that's the first time he's seen something other than a strike. He's been in the hole. He struck out in the first inning and in the third inning, and only saw 1 pitch in the 2 at-bats that missed. And that was when he was already down 2 strikes. He's ahead 2-0 here. Rockies saw the Brewers score 3 in the top of the first. They answered back with 2. Brewers got a run in the second. The Rockies had 4, highlighted by the Morneau 3-run homer to take the lead. But the Brewers with 2 homers and 3 runs in the 3rd inning, and they added another one in the 4th. 8-6 here in the 5th.
You look at the arms of the outfield and you start to judge what they could do. If you have a ball hit to left field, this is a lot what Stu Cole looks at. With Chris Davis, he's got about an average to a little below arm, but a very accurate arm. Carlos Gomez, he's off the charts. I mean, he can go get it, he can throw it, he can do everything. Ryan Braun, you look at his situation, his arm strength's about average, but you look at his command of it, it's very good. Hits a lot of the cutoff men, that helps make plays at the plate. And obviously when you can do that, so it's a very accurate arm. It's just an average arm in the outfield. And when you look at the coverage in the outfield, you get very good coverage out of Gomez and Braun. With Davis, you get average to a little bit above.
Yeah, Ryan Braun sometimes doesn't get enough credit for his speed. He's quicker than you would think for a big man. 2-2 on Barnes. Got some stirring on the Brewers side. Nobody throwing yet, but guys doing a little bit of running just in case.
They have an 8-man bullpen also, so their bullpen's full of arms down there. Now, they did not have an off day yesterday. They came in from Arizona after a day game.
The beauty for them, Yovani Gallardo was dominant yesterday against Arizona. Nothing new. He's 5-0 in Phoenix, and I think he's like 9-3 or 10-3 lifetime against the Diamondbacks.
Yes, guys have certain numbers of guys on other teams, and they have success against them.
The 2-2 got him again.
Here's an interesting number, Jack, what you're talking about with Gallardo. How about these numbers? Against St. Louis, he's 1-11. Against the Rockies, he's 0-4. Against everybody else, including interleague, he's 85-42 with a 33-35
really?
run average. So long as he's not plays the Rockies or St. Louis, where he's 1-15, he's pretty good against everybody else.
You know, for all of Marco Estrada's issues tonight, he's been able to strike out Brandon Barnes 3 times, and that has happened with runners in scoring position as well, which has been a tough scenario for Brandon. Josh Rutledge is going to try and pick him up. Josh is 0 for 2.
That's amazing. I mean, it's still showing a lot of arm strength as far as velocity on his pitches. An earned run average of 518 now with all these earned runs given up tonight. 85 pitches thrown. Getting to 65 of those have been strikes.
He's walked only 1. That cost him. He walked Tulowitzki's with first base open. Somewhat of a pitch around, if you will, but it was costly because Morneau then hit the homer. The Rockies have had only 2 hits since. Chase Rosario back, of course, with 2 outs. He's going to go on contact, but you maybe keep him a little closer and play off those arms that George was just giving you the scouting report on from the outfield. Count evens on Josh.
And Lucroy wanted that breaking ball down and away on the outer half of the plate and then hung up high. Wasn't good enough pitch to take a swing at, though.
And he gets ahead.
Now that's what a very good changeup will do too. It'll make the hitter aware, so much aware of the fact that you can't sit change, but then it's hard to adjust to the fastball when you get it.
66 strikes to just 21 balls, and he's allowed 9 hits and 6 runs.
Well, that's crazy. You would have to have the feeling that if he gets through this 5th, it's well deserved that they can preserve it.
And he does, as he strikes out Barnes and Rutledge after the Rosario double. Marco Estrada heads to the Brewer dugout with the lead. Was at the center of a little controversy Tuesday in Phoenix with the Brewers and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, first pitch goes behind him, and the umpire at that point, I think he's thinking about what he's going to do here. They do warn him, then they get him, he tosses him, throws him out of the ballgame. Brown just drops the bat, walks. This one I didn't like. A lot of high fives down in the dugout. You know, I mean, it's by everybody there. Then Lucroy comes up against Ziegler with the bases loaded and hits a grand slam, and the Brewers got the last laugh with a lot of high fives around the home plate area and in that dugout.
Well, there's been a lot of talk since the Brewers' defeat of the Diamondbacks a couple of years in the playoffs, and then the subsequent Ryan Braun suspension that always seemed to stick in the craw of Kirk Gibson.
Yeah, and I don't know what that's all about. I mean, the only thing I didn't like about that whole thing, if you want to take a shot at Ryan, go ahead. But don't stand up and high five in the dugout and then have everybody else in the dugout kind of doing the same thing. It didn't make any sense to me.
Well, in second and third, one out in a one-run ball game was a little interesting. So Braun will face a new pitcher here in the Rockies sixth. That's Chris Martin.
16th appearance for Chris, an earned run average of .552 in 14 innings. He's given up 17 hits, struck out 13. I'd like to keep that first batter efficiency at 67% or higher starting out now.
It'll be Braun, Lucroy, and Gomez. Braun, one of just two Brewers in the lineup without a hit. He reached on a fielder's choice last time up and eventually scored on a base hit. He grounds this one foul.
No, ball game in the bottom of the 11th with Washington and Atlanta now tied 4-4. A lot going on over there.
Anthony Rendon hit a two-run homer off Craig Kimbrell in the ninth inning. It's the first time Kimbrell has allowed anything other than a solo homer. Wow.
So you do throw a brick at the glass house and a window breaks. I get it. Finally.
Barnes will take a look, but it's well back. 2 strikes on Braun. Starlin Castro had a big day for the Cubs. They knocked off the Pirates again. Clint Hurdle announcing before the game that he's going to take Jason Grilli out of the closer's role for a while. Mark Melancon, the local product, back into that back end.
Last year, there's a ball off the end of the bat, but hit down into the corner. Braun with speed, going to test Barnes' arm, and he'll get into second base with a double.
Ryan Braun gets the 4th double of the night for the Brewers.
And he knew off the end of the bat he was going to try for 2. As you see, this 13th double of the season for Ryan Braun on a Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo. Take a look at this pitch on the outer part. Hit the mitt right where they wanted to throw it. Sometimes you just tip your hat to great hitters. He didn't try to pull the baseball. He went with the pitch out of the reach of Morneau into the corner. Good hustle by Barnes to get over and cut it off and to make the throw into Tulowitzki, but just not in time.
250 doubles now in Ryan Braun's career. Jonathan Lucroy has one of the doubles tonight. It knocked in a run.
So I'm thinking here, so out of the 1,000 games he plays, Doug, he hits a double 25% of the time. That's pretty good. Wonder who has the highest rate. 1 out of every 4 games. I wonder who has the highest rate of doubles per games played. We're going to know in a minute.
You're going to put him to the test.
Somewhere it might be a guy like Todd Helton.
Lucroy walked last time up. And he's ahead 2-0.
The late great Tony Gwynn.
Yeah, I would think Tony would perhaps be a candidate. Of course, you go back and you go back to guys in the 20s, like George Sisler and Rogers Hornsby. And
Doug only goes back to 1970. Yeah. See, I think you only should be able to go back and look in the record book as far as back as when your computer was invented.
Wow. A great grab in the first row of the club level seats down the right side. That's why you bring the leather to the ballpark.
You never know when you may get a chance. Got your uni on too. It's usually when a line drive into the stands, there's a whole bunch of people thanking you if you catch it.
This will keep Braun at second, and they get Lucroy for the second time. Let's go back to Mark Stout for another question here on Fan Friday.
Yeah, Jack, you just mentioned Tony Gwynn, and Sean Tolliver earlier today said, hey, Tony Gwynn was a great leader on and off the field. Who do you think is the equivalent to Gwynn in 2014? Something to think about.
I mean, is it Derek Jeter?
Yeah, I think from a leadership perspective, I think Jeter'd have.
That's the first name that jumps at me.
And then the success as well. This one will drift beyond the reach of Barnes. Again, out of play. Well, we ponder that. Here's another thing to ponder. I mean, the Rockies are playing the Brewers tonight with the second best record in the majors. They have the most road wins of any team in the majors, and they've pitched so far 3 guys who were in Double-A last year. But as it's one of my favorite lines in baseball, everybody has an understanding, but nobody feels sorry for you.
Nobody feels sorry for you at all. I mean, that's I can tell you right now, when you start to have the injuries and things don't go your way, nobody's going, oh, let's help out the Rockies and send them a couple of guys. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, and the Brewers went through that last year with some injuries and then the suspension. This is going to be a tough chance. With Gomez's speed, Carlos legs it out for an infield hit.
3rd hit of the ball game for him.
Once Chris Martin stumbled trying to get to that ball, there was no chance, and Braun moved to 3rd.
Yeah, you look at Chris. I mean, when he releases the baseball, his momentum carries him over on the first base side, and even at 6-7 to try to come back and make a play on that baseball, Tulowitzki did the right thing. He kind of did what he did early in the game, faked the throw to first, and looked immediately at 3rd base to see if he catch Braun making a move going to home.
This is a similar scenario when Gomez had a hit off of second base in the first inning to put 2 men on, and the guy at the plate, Aramis Ramirez, doubled them both home.
Got to be careful with your leg kick and your delivery to the plate to get rid of it. As Jack mentioned earlier, big speed at first.
11 out of 13 in steals. In a high-scoring game, this is a big moment of the ball game.
Very big moment of the game right here. The base hit up the middle.
Yeah, it doesn't play out for the Rockies. Aramis Ramirez gets his third hit and his third RBI as Braun scores. Gomez will stop at second.
Well, let's take a look at it. Right out of the hand of Chris Martin into the home plate area. Sinker running to the inside. He just did a nice job of taking it right back up the middle on a Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo. That line drive, you got a strong man at the plate, and that ball gets elevated a little bit. Doesn't have the sink, but only run. Well, the hitters took advantage of it. That ball hit right back up the middle. 1 out. Still could get a ground ball on the ground. Try to flip something here.
Ball 1 to Chris Davis, who has a 2-run homer tonight. "13 hits for the Brewers with 1 out here in the 6th. Three rookie pitchers, and they've all been touched for runs here. Bergman gave up 7, Canely a run in 2 innings, and now Martin's allowed a run in just a third of an inning and finds himself down 2-0 to Chris Davis.
Yeah, good block by Willeen again. Dropped down and kept it right out in front of him. Remember, he got hit in the side of the head with a big backswing from Ramirez in his last at bat. So Willeen staying in the ball game, did a good job with it. If you're just joining us, Christian Bergman had to leave the ball game after completing the inning. He went 3 innings, but took a pretty good shot off his glove hand. Here's another one out of the reach of LeMahieu into the outfield.
And a bobble by Brandon Barnes will allow Ramirez to take an extra base. Chris Martin is not fooling these Brewers hitters. He has allowed 4 hits in the inning and a pair of runs, and still only 1 man out.
Davis with a home run and now a base hit. 37 RBIs now. He picked up 3 on the night. Coming right out of the hand again. The ball just didn't have much sink to it, and a shot through that right side out of the reach of DJ LeMahieu. And I think the only thing Brandon could do was try to slide stop it, or it gets all the way to the wall. Yeah. Now you got first and third again.
Did a good job of keeping Davis to a single, but couldn't prevent Ramirez from getting to third, and a dilemma for Walt Weiss in that he's got to get somebody to stem the tide here when you're a little short-handed.
Pretty interesting. We asked Dougie, per at bats on the doubles, how did it go, and who leads it? Trish Speaker was number 1.
Wow.
He had a double ever 12.9 at bats. Who do you think was number 2?
Tony Gwynn.
Todd Helton.
Really? There you go.
13.4. Yeah. That's another reason I'll beat the drum forever. He belongs in the Hall of Fame. I don't care where he played or where he got all of his hits or didn't get his hit. Todd Helton, when it's his turn to get voted on to go to the Hall of Fame, he needs to be in it. First ballot. I love what he's done in the game.
And Chris Martin really pitching uphill now, falling behind hitters. 2-0 on Overbay. Got him to chase that one, didn't he? Yes, he did. They appealed down to third, and he did swing. Mike Estabrook said yes. And he finally gets an out for out number 2.
"17 pitches an inning, 12 strikes, 5 balls. that hadn't been the problem. Double, single, 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 and a couple of runs on the board, and it's a 4-run ball game all of a sudden. That's the important part of a bullpen. It doesn't get a lot of headlines. Never has, never will. And I thought that ball was maybe out into fair territory when he shot out of there, but I guess not. But it's the part of the bullpen that can maintain a ball game. You don't let it get extended too far.
Yeah, there have been a couple of times when Franklin Morales has done a good job at that, enabling the Rockies to rally.
I know Rockies fans have heard me many times. Matt Daly in 2009 was one of the best. Come in to get a double play, pitch you a couple innings, give the offense a chance to get clicking. All of a sudden, you're right back in the middle of the game.
Oh, 2 now on Segura. Well, and again, you've got the injury to Boone Logan that changes the makeup of that bullpen a little bit as well.
No question.
And you're getting these, as we said, these inexperienced guys. Doesn't mean they can't get the outs, but less time in the big leagues against a team playing very, very confidently right now. And why wouldn't they? They've been so good most of the year. And there's another RBI hit for Segura. And Chris Martin getting ahead, but not getting through it.
Man, what a run. What a night Segura's had. Now, there's nobody throwing in the Rockies bullpen at this point. I mean, Walt's saying balls just squeak through the right side, up the middle, the left side. You know, pretty good pitches from Martin, and that's one of those things. So there's going to be nights like this working out of the bullpen where you make pitches and balls just find their way through the infield, and they're doing that right now. You just kind of got to shut things down. Estrada's going to hit.
Yeah, I mean, well, why not? You've got a 5-run lead now.
A 5-run lead, and he's throwing up zeros 3 innings in a row.
Yep. Brewers with 3 different players with 3 hits, and Estrada will be the final out of the inning. But Milwaukee increases its advantage. A tough inning for Chris Martin, and the Rockies need to rally. To 6, the National League Western Division standings brought to us by the Colorado Lottery. Play the new Western Scratch games, Cash Stampede, Wild West Poker, and Colorado Crossword. Instant winning, endless possibilities. The Giants are playing tonight in Arizona and are trailing in the 5th inning 2-1 as they have that 4-game lead on the Dodgers and 9 over the Rockies. The Dodgers are in San Diego where they have a 2-1 lead in the 3rd inning over the Padres. So you've got everybody else in the division playing within. And Marco Estrada was down 6-4 after 2 innings.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like a sinking ship, man. I thought he was out, and then all of a sudden he's rebounded, got up off the mat after taking a right cross, and come back and pitched very well.
At one stretch, retired 7 of 8, and after a 1-out double last inning, when it was an 8-6 game, he was able to strike out Brandon Barnes and Josh Rutledge. The Rockies are 4 for 10 with men in scoring position tonight. The Brewers are 8 for 18. And they've had 3 men with 3 hits and 3 RBIs. And the first pitch misses to DJ, who has a single and a run scored in 2 tries.
Well, their bullpen's got action going now. I'm trying to get the number. It's the left-hander. One of their 4 left-handers thrown down in the bullpen. Lee Tunnell, the bullpen coach for the Milwaukee Brewers.
The 11 runs tonight for the Brewers equals their season high. They scored 11 in a win against the Cubs. DJ hits it towards Braun, who will grab it about head high.
Just don't forget to get out to the ballpark tomorrow. As the first 15,000, you're going to receive a Carlos Gonzalez collectible jersey courtesy of Taco Bell. So make sure you get out here tomorrow. Rockies.com/promotion or in 303 Rockies. The first 15,000 will get a Carlos Gonzalez jersey, all courtesy of Taco Bell.
Kyle Parker is going to pinch hit for Chris Martin. You're telling us it's Zach Duke in the Brewers bullpen. Parker looking for his first big league hit.
A lot of power into right center field. Good numbers at Colorado Springs. Last year at Tulsa. It's been a steady climb through the Rockies system. First year last year when he started to play a little bit of first base along with left field, right field.
Good athlete, of course, the quarterback at Clemson for a time. 3-0 here. Only guy in NCAA history to have 20 touchdown passes and 20 homers in the same school year. He'll take a strike with the Rockies down 5. His dad Carl was a professional, played a couple of years with the Cincinnati Bengals, a wide receiver out of Vanderbilt.
I tell you, it's a quick bat when it connects. It goes a long way.
Chased the high fastball there, borderline up. And as we would expect after the high fastball, came back with the changeup. To the high fastball, yet fouled again. Doug Marino giving me the official numbers. As an old wide receiver, I appreciate these kinds of stats, Doug.
Isn't he something how he just throws it out at you?
4,739 yards passing for Kyle Parker, and on a check swing he's going to hit a little comebacker. I don't know who was wearing Marco Estrada's number in the first 2 innings, but the guy over the last 4 has made the difference for Milwaukee.
Guy. Yeah, a whole different guy showed up, huh?
He's had Charlie Blackmon off balance. Charlie has struck out and fouled to third and popped to short. Nearing 100 pitches on the night for Estrada, but not an issue for Ron Renicky yet with the 5-run lead. Charlie will get his first hit, a slash that Davis is able to cut off. Blackmon gets into second with a double. Charlie Blackmon.
Exciting season for Charlie, and exciting to watch what he has accomplished on the field as a leadoff man. His 13th double of the season for Charlie Blackmon. Takes that pitch down and away on the outer corner, slices it over the third baseman's head, and then it's off to the races. He's got to outrun that throw from Davis as he cut the ball off nicely, and then a strong throw in, cut off by Segura. No play on Charlie. And that's going to be it for Estrada with 2 outs here in the 6th. I'll tell you what, he battled, man. I tell you, he won some points with Renicky and Krantz and his teammates.
He'll depart with a chance for the win. We'll talk about Zach Duke when we come back. Time, Ryan Spilborg sits down with former teammate and good friend Troy Tulowitzki to talk all things baseball. While Tulo was in LA, we get a chance to see how he gives back to his alma mater, Long Beach State. That's tonight on Rockies Real Time after the game.
Zach Duke appears in his 34th ball game. He has been very good for their ball club, left on left especially. 28 2/3, 23 hits, 39 strikeouts, just 5 walks. So resurrected his career a year ago with the Cincinnati Reds, pitching out of their bullpen in 14 games, a 0.84 run average, a longtime starter, a 15-game winner in AAA in 2012. That got people interested in him again. But I'm telling you what, this year, left-handers have hit 209, right-handers 226. He's 4-0 with a very low earned run average. Out on the road, he's got an earned run average of 0.55.
Just 5 walks against 39 strikeouts. Left on left with Corey Dickerson. Corey's 3 for 3 tonight. He has scored twice and knocked in a run. He's got Charlie Blackmon out there at second with 2 outs. Rockies trying to chip away at the deficit. One ball and 1 strike on the Rockies left fielder. Brewers have scored in every inning but 1. Rockies have not scored after getting runs in the first and second innings. Dickerson now is down a ball and 2 strikes. Rockies have faced a lot of lefties this year, a lot of lefty starters, and think they're at 284 even after they were no hit by a lefty, Clayton Kershaw, 2 nights ago.
Zach Duke, 169 games as a starter, had an earned run average 4.61. 80 as a reliever with a 3.18. Big difference Still get his fastball up to 90. That was 90 there. Tells you still some power there, but from a lower slot now.
The Rockies could use a 2-out hit here, try and get this big crowd back into the game. That's what Estrada did. He really took away all the excitement that was generated in the early innings when the Rockies were answering everything the Brewers were doing. The Brewers have scored 7 unanswered to take this 5-run lead. A very quick bat. I mean, I'm sure when scouts first started to look at Corey Dickerson, they saw a young man with great ability to hit the baseball, and through a lot of hard work he's made himself into a decent defensive player.
He's worked hard at it to do that.
Yep. He drives this to right, and he's got the Rockies 2 runs closer. Second deck tie.
9th home run.
Touch him all time for Corey Dickerson. It's 11-8 now.
And a lot of baseball left as the Rockies bullpen has had a tough time tonight, giving up a total of 4 runs, again 3 innings. But this shortens things up. Renick's going to come in. He brought Duke in to face the one guy. Fires has been warming up down in the bullpen. They took this fastball from Duke, sent it deep into the second deck. And those runs, one of those runs will be tacked on to Estrada now.
The beauty of that home run, of the previous 8, 7 had gone to left or center field. But he shows you try and go inside, he can yank it. And the Rockies still have life. Down 3 here in the 6th. But with those 8 runs, who wants tacos? Fans, the Rockies have scored more than 7, so don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell locations tomorrow between 4 and 6 p.m. to get your Rockies tacos special. Right-hander Mike Fiers will come on the scene for the Brewers. Nope, they switched up. It is Brandon Kinsler instead of Mike Fiers. They had both of them throwing, and they came in with Kinsler.
26 innings thrown, 28 innings, giving up 3 home runs. There's 28 hits given up in those 26 innings, making his 29th appearance. He will face the right-handed hitting Troy Tulowitzki and see if he can't shut down the inning. So far, Duke did not. First home run of the season for Corey Dickerson against a left-handed pitcher.
And second time this year and in his career that Corey's had a 4-hit game. Did that against the Reds last month. Tulo tonight has doubled, walked, and fly to right, has scored a pair of runs. Rockies have hit 2 homers tonight. Milwaukee has hit 3. Good thing for the Rockies, the 2 homers have produced 5 runs. 1 ball and 1 strike. Matt Belisle up in the Rockies bullpen. This is going to beat the shift anyhow. Tulo gets his second hit of the night. The inning continues for Justin Morneau.
Well, they have 4 left-handers down in their bullpen, but they didn't have one warming up at this point. In fact, their bullpen's quiet, so Kinsler's the guy. Going to try to get him out of this inning. After the base hit by Tulowitzki, ball hit on the ground, hit it through the hole. Now Morneau, after that big 3-run shot in this ball game, he's 2 for 3 on the night. Now with 49 RBIs.
And remember, the out put Davis up against the wall and left. That got a piece of Lucroy. Let's take one more look at the home run back in the second inning.
Line drive got out of here in the early and quickly into those right field bleachers.
At the time, it gave the Rockies the lead. Now Justin trying to draw his club closer. Look out, Stu Cole. Kinsler, a guy who was in the Padres organization and then struggled, was let go, resurrected his career in independent ball, playing for the St. Paul Saints. Third year in a row that he's worked out of the bullpen for Milwaukee. This will end the inning as Kinsler beats Morneau to the bag. But the Rockies get 2 back. Corey Dickerson with a shot to the second deck off a left-hander. Still got a long way to go in this one. Rockies fan photos using the hashtag #COFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown like this photo during one of their upcoming broadcasts. It's brought to us by AT&T, and Dave Kester 1 sent in this one. Dylan is a happy young man because Nolan Arenado just signed his baseball, and nothing better than getting an autograph from a big leaguer at the ballpark.
Yeah, Dodger Stadium on top of that, down in the left field corner. The Rockies now will go to their bullpen. Chris Martin's night's done. Matt Belisle will come in for the Rockies and make an appearance here against the Milwaukee Brewers. There's Matt's numbers on the year. That ERA steadily climbed downward. 29 innings, 29 hits, 21 strikeouts for Mr. Belisle.
You know, Matt trying to restore some order. The Brewers have scored in all but one inning. And a bunt try, bare hand pickup. Rutledge couldn't do it. And again, I mean, you look at some of the Rockies' issues over the last 3 weeks, and while the pitching injuries have hurt, that guy's absence, Nolan Arenado, has been deeply felt.
There's no question. Losing Nolan defensively and offensively both, and you got a guy that's typically a second baseman. I was a little bit surprised Jack took all the way to the 7th to test his ability to field a ball. Second career game at third base. First was on Wednesday, so I mean that's never played in the minor leagues. Always played short or second the entire time.
He said he never even played it in Little League or high school. Ryan Braun doubled and scored his last time up. 1 for 4 on the night. And not getting a warm reception from the otherwise very friendly Coloradans, but that's to be expected. And I think by this point in this season, he's used to that.
Yeah, pretty used to the booing when he walks up to the plate.
Jeanette has 4 steals in 6 tries. Leadoff man on 5 of the 7 innings for the Brewers. Good pitch there by Belisle. He gets ahead 2 strikes.
93-mile-an-hour fastball, and he threw it right by him. Good location, inner half of the plate under the hands of Braun. Backed it up right after he did the same way with the first one.
This could be trouble. This is going to score Jeanette. And Braun has his 2nd straight double. 12-8 Milwaukee. The Rockies pitching tonight just cannot slow down the Brewers.
It's been a tough road so far. That's particularly with out of the bullpen now. See, I want to freeze this at contact if we can, guys. It's I want to see what this pitch is. Hard slider on an 0-2 count, down and away. See, that's not a bad pitch on an 0-2 count. If anything, maybe it caught a little bit too much of the plate on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo. But Braun's just a great hitter. You know, he's standing off of the plate anyway, and his swing is so long, and he's got such great plate coverage. I mean, you know, some nights you got to tip your cap and say they practice too, but tonight they practice really hard.
You know, they've had 4 doubles and 3 homers tonight. Braun getting his first RBI of the evening, 38 on the year. Lucroy is one of the guys who's had a double.
It seems like little things in this game have turned into such big things. Tommy Kahnle, it was the walks. You know, he only gave up 1 hit, but he walked 3. Run comes out. Ball's finding the hole with Chris Martin on the mound. And now here, Belial, you get a bunt to third base to a guy that's only played one game there. Not able to make the play, and a pretty good pitch and a double to right.
Yeah, you got into an 0-2 count. And
a lot of 0-2 counts tonight. That have resulted not good by the time they were done with it.
1-1 pitch to Lucroy. $17 hits on the night for Milwaukee. The run total is a season high. And I would imagine the hit total, if it's not there, it's awfully close. 19 they had in a game against the Red Sox. So this will be handled by Tulo. That'll keep Braun at second. The day after every Rockies win, get 40% off your online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code ROXWIN at papajohns.com. That's ROXWIN. Carlos Gomez has had a 3-hit night, 2 of them on the infield. One ball, one strike now. Everybody in the lineup but Overbay with a hit. Everybody but Overbay and Lucroy have at least 2 hits. On the Rockies side, Corey Dickerson has 4 hits. Tulowitzki, Morneau, Rosario each have a pair. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Gomez. And like George said, I mean, sometimes I'm sure Matt Belial, as he watched that pitch go to the plate against Braun, thought, that's where I wanted it.
Yeah, made a pretty good pitch right there. Unfortunately, Braun, I mean, they good hitter.
This time they will not let Gomez have an infield hit. Braun will advance to third on the second out.
All fans on Tuesday, June 24th, will receive an LED bulb upon exiting the ball game, courtesy of XL Energy. Now listen up. If the lights light up blue, red, or green, you could win a suite for 12 or other great prizes. It's a pretty neat idea. 303 Rockies, Rockies.com. So it's LED bulb day at the ballpark, all courtesy of XL Energy.
That's a clever promotion indeed. Aramis Ramirez, 3 hits, 3 RBIs, 2 runs scored. He has one of the 5 doubles. Show you how relentless the Brewers' attack has been tonight. This is their 21st at bat with a man in scoring position, and we're in the 7th inning.
Yeah, how about that? Nuts.
Every Rockies pitcher has been touched up for at least a run. This should end the 7th. Charlie Blackmon settles under it and makes the grab, but the Brewers tack on. 7th inning stretch time here at Coors Field. Rockies are down 4. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Don't forget to play, and by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Fan Friday, and back out to Mark Stout in this game that is still in the favor of the Brewers.
All right, Jack, we are going to wrap things up. This question is appropriate from Kelly. I can't say your last name, but she wants to know what's the highest scoring game in Coors Field history. The media guide says there was a combined 36 runs, May 19th, 1999. Rockies and the Reds here at Coors Field. There's 20 runs tonight. Guys, on 8 occasions, there have been 30 or more runs scored in a game.
What's her last name? What's her last name?
I don't know. Engimon?
Never mind.
Right.
I just tested you.
We're wrapping it up out here.
All right, buddy. Thanks a lot, Mark, for staying out there tonight.
Thank you, George and Jack.
Fan Friday. Yep. Appreciate you doing that for the broadcast tonight.
Very good indeed. Willeen Rosario has 2 of the Rockies' 12 hits, a single and a double. He had a double with 1 out back in the 5th inning over the head of Gomez, the center fielder, but the Rockies couldn't bring him home. Brandon Kinsler, who came on and got the final out of the 6th inning.
Rex Brothers warming up down in the bullpen for the Rockies.
Outside edge, and Willeen thought that was wide.
Well, he's got the rest of this at bat and the next inning to talk, and the next inning to talk to Mr. Lane.
And you could see there too, of course, Willeen with the great power, particularly middle in, but they got that outside corner strike, and where did Lucroy set up? Just a little bit farther outside.
Take it a little bit off of the plate, and why not?
Just as Kinsler was going to throw, time call.
That's kind of an old hitter's trick too, because you're standing there and all of a sudden you're thinking in your mind, you know, are they going away, or coming in? And you're not going to be able to make a play. No. Oh, baby. Good hustle. Get something started.
Yep, Gene Segura, very sure-handed, but misplayed that one.
11th there of the season for Segura. You're right. Typically very sure-handed. May have got ahead of himself a little bit here. A base hit.
Willeen will be even happier about that.
Yeah, when you struggle at times, you bet. That infield single early in the ball game for Willeen Rosario, then a double. Now this, a 3-hit night. Put a smile on your face. Jumped that average up to 234.
And here's a guy looking for a smile. He usually has one all the time. Brandon Barnes. He just could not solve the starter Marco Estrada. Struck out 3 times.
Now normally defensively you look up and you see a team will pinch in the middle of the infield to shorten up to the double play ball. But it appears Milwaukee's even wider, which gives you a lot of space back up the middle.
Yeah, they're wide on the infield and the same way in the outfield.
Yeah, talking about wide here and here, so that really opens everything right back up the middle. Same thing in the outfield, deep, but the gap's wide open.
Count evens on Barnes. Rockies trying for another comeback. Kinsler has good velocity. That's what enabled him when he was pitching an independent ball to draw some interest. 94 on the fastball.
Yeah, good fastball. And again, if you can repeat it, keep it down in the zone, work the outer half of the plate. Two and two. Good block by Lucroy. He is just
solid in so many ways, and again probably gets far less credit than he deserves.
Well, you know, you start to wonder a little bit if Ron Renicky and the organization, with his offense being so consistent and a big part of their club, if you start to see him playing first base a little bit to keep the bat in but give the legs a break.
Two the count remains. You see Bruce Bochy, who was a catcher himself, doing that with Buster Posey. Brian McCann, the Braves started doing that a little bit. Of course, with the Yankees, he can DH to take the pressure off the legs. But yeah, you get that good hitting catcher, you look for ways to keep the bat around.
Keep it in there, keep it in the lineup.
Brandon, after striking out 3 times, has seen a lot of heat from Kinsler on the 3 strikeouts against the starter Estrada, 2 on changeups, and the other was a breaking ball.
Lucroy has started first base 4 times this year.
Rosario at first with nobody out. This is well hit. Gomez will watch it go.
That'll make you forget about 3 strikeouts.
Touchable tag for Brandon Barnes. His 3rd homer of the year, but the first time he could jog around because the other 2 were inside the park blasts.
Yeah, he was wanting to do this. The dugout kind of laughing a little bit with him right now. He said, "Wait a minute, how do I've had all these other jumping in the dirt and hugging and all that kind of stuff and walking off, and this one's kind of nice. They get to jog around and high five everybody." Slider stayed up in his zone.
Now Josh Rutledge will hit it to the shortstop Segura, who will throw him out. One more look at the homer from Brandon Barnes.
Yeah, you want to look at the rotation of the ball. It'll tell you slider on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mode. Then you see the elevation about belt high. Barnes just sat right on this thing, took it to the deepest part of the ballpark here at Coors Field, and about 10 rows up in that deepest part. Beautiful sight as the ball takes flight here at the ballpark.
DJ LeMahieu looks at a pitch low. DJ with a hit back in the 2nd inning and scored a run. This one to Jeanette. 2 away here after the homer. The Rockies have scored in each of the last 2 innings on 2-run homers, and they have gotten 7 of their 10 runs tonight on 3 long balls. Ryan Wheeler will pinch hit now for Matt Belisle. Rockies have gotten back to within 2. That's where they were in the 4th inning when it was an 8-6 Milwaukee advantage. Rockies at one point led 6-4 after being down 3-0 and 4-2. 1 ball, 1 strike on Wheeler. Ryan at .250 with a homer and 6 RBIs. 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter, and 4 of his 6 RBIs have come as a guy off the bench. 2 balls and a strike.
Boy, what a big base hit he had the other day up in San Francisco. The base hit right back up the middle as a pinch hitter.
Tied the game at 4.
Huge hit.
Looking to get on board for Charlie Blackmon. Jeanette on the move, gets him. Good play by Scooter Jeanette to end the inning, but the Rockies now are down 2 on the first over the fence homer this year for Brandon Barnes. Alexis look back where luxury has a new address. Open in Greenwood Village and Colorado Springs. Gene Segura, the shortstop for the Brewers, has hit a pair of homers tonight for Milwaukee. Justin Morneau with a 3-run shot in the second inning has knocked in 5 for the Rockies. Corey Dickerson has had his second 4-hit game of the year, including that homer. And Brandon Barnes with a 2-run shot last inning to get the Rockies to within 2 as we head to the 8th. And the Rockies left-hander Rex Brothers will come on.
Yeah, Brothers on the year. It's starting to clean some things up of late. You're starting to see a lot better results out of Rex. Better fastball velocity. 91 with the first offering. 31 innings, 31 strikeouts. The walk's kind of been the only bugaboo for Rex. 18 on the season.
Chris Davis, a homer, a single, and 3 RBIs for the Milwaukee left fielder. 1 ball and 1 strike on him. .22 runs, 31 hits tonight. One and 2. Changeup that time by Rex.
And the last 7 for Rex, 4 2/3 innings. That's appearances now. 4 2/3 innings, a hit and 7 strikeouts. Giving up a run over that span. You need a shutdown inning here in the 8th. Just kind of have that feeling for the Rockies. They'll have their leadoff man, Blackmon, Dickerson, and Tulowitzki. I think obviously at that point, things were looking up for the Rockies as they worked their way into the 8th inning.
2-2 the count on Davis. What George is talking about, the Brewers have scored in all but 1 inning. They were blanked in the 5th. Full count. You know, might be, as George said, one of those nights at Coors Field. Might just be that first official Friday of the summer with good weather. Had a crazy game in Cincinnati tonight with 2 offensive minded teams. And Charlie Blackmon, what a play. He was keeping an eye out for Corey Dickerson and had to really improvise to make that play.
Well, the concentration, I mean, again, we've talked about center fielder being able to take charge in center field. Dickerson was not going to get there. Charlie hustled and then kind of a double knee slide to try to get to the baseball and did just that perfectly. You know, he has had quite a year. Charlie Blackmon. Look at it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Bowl.
Yeah, when you're looking for a pick-me-up, let's hope that's one from the defensive side. The Rockies will shift 3 men to the right side of the diamond as Mark Reynolds pinch hits for Brandon Kinsler. He'll hit it right back to Brothers, and Rex will take care of him for out number 2. Have auto glass damage? Trust Safelite. Go online to safelite.com or call 303-287-5000 to schedule an appointment. Started to say before the good catch by Charlie Blackmon, the Reds were hosting Toronto tonight at Great American Ballpark, and the Reds had an 8-run second inning.
Wow.
And they lost 14-9.
One of those days. What does Toronto do? They hit a lot of home runs.
2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, 5 in the 9th. It was a 9-9 game going into the 9th, and they scored those 5 runs off of Aroldis Chapman, among others.
Wow.
First pitch strike to Segura. And now the count evens at 1-1.
Well, interesting note for Cincinnati today. Young man was called to the big leagues. He had never appeared. He pitched 1 inning tonight. Jumbo Diaz, 6'6", 350-pound Jumbo Diaz. He's 31 years old, folks. Never made it to the big leagues. Threw an inning tonight, gave up 3 runs. He did 2 of those home runs given up. Got a big arm, but it's just never been given the opportunity for whatever reason at the major league level.
2-2 now on Segura.
Ottavino warming up down in the Rockies bullpen. Ricky Weeks waits in the on-deck circle.
Segura with 3 hits tonight, including 2 homers for the first time in 1 game in his career. And he runs the count full against Brothers. Bergman, Canely, Martin, Belisle, and now Brothers. As George said, the Rockies will have the top of the order and the bottom of the 8th. Brewers have a young pitcher, Will Smith, who has just been lights out for them in front of Frankie Rodriguez, their closer. This hit pretty well to right. Going back, Barnes. He'll make the grab.
Take them any way you can. That's 3 up, 3 down. Come in and swing the bats at the top of this order and get after these Brewers.
Rockies down 2, middle of 8th.
Win tickets to Kid Rock with special guest Joan Jett and the Blackhearts Friday, July 25th at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Grand prize package includes a VIP CBR Bull Riding World Finals experience, concert tickets, Western wardrobe, and more. For official rules and to enter, visit cfdrodeo.com/Kid Rock.
Nothing like Kid Rock, I'm telling you.
That's it, baby.
Had him in the booth about, what was it, Dougie? About 14 years ago. 14 years ago in L.A. He and Pamela Anderson at the time were a thing in L.A.
Dougie was telling us something about Joan Jett, but it was going to take way too much time. So,
you know what? We're not into that age category. That's the deal.
Mark Reynolds stays in the game after pinch hitting for Overbay. He'll play first base, and the 8th inning man for the Brewers, Will Smith. Look at those numbers, a 1.06 earned run average.
First 29 games, 1 earned run given up. The last 9, he's starting to falter. 3. You look at those numbers.
What's wrong with him?
Big numbers. Last year in a Kansas City uniform, he pitched in 19 ball games, had a 324 earned run average. Year prior to that, 532. So he's got his feet wet at the big league level. Powerful left-hander. Got a lot of movement. 95 with that fastball.
And 2 lefties to start, and 3 of the first 4 Rockies hitters are lefties tonight. Blackmon with a double his last time up down the left side. Had a good hack at a high fastball. .280 on the year out of Charlie Blackmon against left-handed pitching, so not bad at all for Chuck Nasty. Good job to stay alive.
Well, what a lot of pitchers do, instead of staying fastball away, they try to trick Charlie, and they'll go to the curveball or slider. They hang it, and he takes a nice swing at it. Base hit to right, or he'll slash it to left field. Davis is shading him towards the line in left field. After Charlie sliced that double down the line previous at bat.
This is going to be a tough chance for Ramirez, and he can't make it. Boy, that ball had so much spin. When it hit the dirt, or actually the grass to the left of the mound on its second bounce, it turned sideways.
Yeah, you hope now you capitalize just like you did earlier with the, you had an opportunity when Rosario got on base with the base hit up the middle. Here it is. This is what Jack talked about. That ball spun, and then after that, when he hit the glove, even though you're pulling it out, folks, it still has some rotation on the baseball because he just kind of flipping it up out of the glove, trying to make the exchange to get Charlie, and he just lost the grip and couldn't do anything with it.
Infield hit for Blackmon. It gets Corey Dickerson to the plate. Corey with a home run off the left-hander Zach Duke. His last time up, he's 4 for 4 tonight. Rockies are down 2. He was trying to tie it up to duplicate what he did back in the 6th inning.
Well, no question. He was looking to golf that fastball and hit it all the way up into the second deck as he did this one.
Blackmon was aboard for the Dickerson homer last time up.
Isn't it amazing? 3 for 17 coming into today. Now he's 4 for 4. So now 7 for 21 looks pretty good. Yeah. Changes things really quick, doesn't it?
Well, a no-hitter could slow down anybody's climb up. And Smith gets a pitch in well located at 96. He's ahead 2 strikes.
Like a lot of relievers coming out of the bullpen, you look at Will Smith, 6'5", 250 pounds, standing out on the hill. That's a big man.
Snap throw with Reynolds, one of those guys who was originally a third baseman, and he plays that. I think Albert Pujols perfected this sort of positioning of first baseman.
Then you started to see other guys do it. The Mets did it for a long time. Prince Fielder did it while in Milwaukee and then carried it over to Texas.
Got him. Went with the fastball away, and Dickerson's retired for the first time tonight. Who wants tacos? Well, fans follow at RootSports_RM on Twitter to receive alerts for the Rockies taco special whenever the Rockies score 7 or more runs. Now the battery of Lucroy and Smith talk about how they want to deal with Tulo.
Carefully.
Now that's a given.
Smith has only faced a couple of guys on the Rockies, Morneau and Stubbs. Morneau is 3 for 11 with a home run. Stubbs is 0 for 1.
See Troy tonight with the double and a single, a walk, and 2 runs scored. And Smith gets strike 1. That is one thing Brewers pitchers have done tonight. First pitch strikes 27 of 39.
Yeah, Renicky calling this game from the dugout as far as the running game. Him or Jerry Narron, I'm not sure, standing right next to each other, both giving signs. But Lucroy was like, all right, what do you want to do here? You got a fastball to hit there at 95.
Yeah, Troy'd love to have a second shot at that one. Right where he likes it, too, up a little bit in the zone.
Very upright hitter. So you like that ball up out over the plate. He can drive it out of the park to right as easy as he can to left when it gets up like that. A lot of times with guys that have power sliders, they'll try to throw that power slider right down here. Try to throw it on the back foot of a right-handed power hitter. We'll see if they do that or they bust the fastball in. Yeah, there's that slider in the dirt. But you know, when it bounces, good hitters like Troy that stand tall in the box, they see it coming, they can adjust and leave off. It's, when you start it a little bit higher and have that big break to it, and not as hard velocity wise. You can see there in the background of your screen signs being given out of their dugout and what they want to do with Lucroy behind the plate.
Blackman being held on, but inches out to a little bigger lead at first. There he goes, and Troy hits it foul. That's the kind of ball, if it was fair with Charlie running, he would have scored.
Yeah, pretty good chance of it. You know, that's the only downside. Charlie started to slide, so you got to pop up and go. But if you're hitting it at full stride on the move, look out. Yeah, honestly, this is the inning. I mean, you've got everybody up right now with 3, 4, and 5 followed up with a guy on.
And it's what's made the Brewers so successful this year is that they found this guy in front of Frankie Rodriguez.
No question.
They had used Jim Henderson, who was a guy who has closed for them in the past. He's on the DL right now. And I don't want to say it was out of desperation, but as George told you, I mean, the numbers got better last year in Kansas City, but I mean, they weren't the kinds of numbers that made you go crazy.
Yeah, no, they didn't jump way out at you like you'd think with a bunch of strikeouts. 33 innings. He walked 7 a year before. He was in the big league 6 and 9, made 16 starts. Then they put him in the bullpen.
Troy drives this to right. It'll be a base hit with Braun that deep. And the Rockies have the tying men on with 1 out in the 8th. Hit number 3 tonight for Troy.
I mean, a lot of good things starting to happen here, I tell you that. As you got into this lineup into the 8th inning. High fastball again, 95. You're not going to throw it by him. Braun playing in the bullpen. Could come in to get the baseball.
That's the 13th time this year Troy has had at least 3 hits. That's consistency. Justin Morneau. A double, a homer, and 5 RBIs in 4 at-bats. Checks his swing and a smothered job by Lucroy. They appeal down at third, and Mike Estabrook said no. It is quiet in the Brewers bullpen with Troy Hawkins up for the Rockies. Smith is Ron Renick's guy for this 8th. Got him on the slider, and Justin couldn't stop himself.
And remember, I mentioned earlier in this inning, 3 for 11. He does have a home run, 273. Morneau against Smith. Smith with a different type of confidence now than he's ever had at the big league level.
Now 1-2. And go back to that first strike there, and I mean the slider, you want to do something as a hitter. It would have really put the pressure on Smith down 2-0 with Morneau. Shows you how one particular pitch, well, it might not be a play, but it impacts on the eventual play.
Absolutely. Let's see if they go fastball away and take it off of the plate. You know, with slider again. Morneau, nice job of fighting it off at 83.
You get to that point where you know how you expect them to pitch you, and they have only tried to go inside on him once, and that cost him a 3-run homer.
Yeah, no question. You start to talk about major league hold leaders, and Smith's right there. Tony Watson was 17. Smith, Clippard, and Ziegler all was 16.
Blackman and Tulowitzki on the bases with 1 out. The Rockies down 2. And the count evens at 2. Smith's 2-2. Hit towards short, and against the shift, the only play is to second. They get Tulo for the force. Blackman goes to third. Good play by Gene Segura.
A very good play, and it's Scooter Gannett, not that big a guy either, and he's having to stride and really stretch out to try to be able to make this play. Going away with the pitch. Nice job of hitting by Morneau. Almost snuck it into the outfield, but there's the stretch. The strike thrown by Segura over to second base. And Charlie moves over on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
It'll leave it up to Willeen Rosario. Tying runs are still on. Willeen's had 2 infield hits and a double. And takes strike 1. Just 1 homer and 34 2/3 allowed by Will Smith. Make a mistake to the bull, and he'll make it 2.
All right-handers have hit 256 before the inning started. 1 home run given up.
Well, he gets ahead 2 strikes. And one of the things that has helped Milwaukee tonight, they've walked just 1.
Been a big difference.
And they have really. How about this, George? I have on my computer 154 pitches, only 40 balls.
Wow. Still a lot of pitches thrown in a 7+ innings.
1 and 2 on Rosario. Not much different on the Rockies side. They've thrown 172 pitches. Rockies have scored 6 of their 10 runs with 2 outs. 2 outs here, 2 on, down 2. Got him with the slider. Will head to the 9th. The Brewers still lead 12-10 here at Coors Field. On the Toyota post-game report, Jenny Kavnar, Ryan Spilborgs, and Jason Hirsch will be on hand. What do you have for us?
All right, Jack, thanks so much. I have a feeling a few more runs to be scored in this game, but what are we going to talk about?
Oh, we're talking a little overtime. The Rockies relief pitchers have thrown a lot lately. And actually, I wouldn't mind a little overtime. Let's go extra innings.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Brew Crew, tough with 11 2-out hits tonight from them, including 6 extra base hits.
I'm doing a little batter up for kids. Oh, sorry, Corey Dickerson. Have yourself a night.
Justin Morneau.
And
3 for 4.
too low, yeah. All of our guys having a good night. And before we send it back to you, Jack, a very happy birthday to a very special, hardworking producer in the truck, Tavis Strand. This one's for you.
Indeed.
Somebody sing happy birthday. Don't just sit there.
Happy birthday to
George,
you,
you sing happy birthday. You have the best happy birthday voice out there. Go.
Happy birthday. See, how's that? Is that better? All right, here we go. Let's get 3 outs and a W. That's what I'm talking about.
Adam Ottavino comes on for the Rockies here in the 9th.
Now, Ottavino, Ricky Weeks is going to pinch hit for the Brewers. He's 8 for 30. Here's Adams' numbers: 36th appearance, 398 earned run average, 31 2/3. Let's see if he can get his way through this 9th inning, get the Rockies back in. They'll have Barnes, Rutledge, and LeMahieu.
Ricky Weeks, the veteran infielder, lost his job to Scooter Gennett out there at second base. Decent numbers pinch hitting this year, but not on a good run of late, although he's always hit well here at Coors Field. Foul ball to make it a 2-strike count. Weeks and then Gennett and Braun against Ottavino. So a righty, a lefty, and then another righty. That's what I was referencing. The work here in Denver by Ricky Weeks, well over 300. Got him. There's the slider. The Ford Strike Zone is powered by Ford Cars, big MPG, smart technology, and unsurpassed quality. See what happens when fun meets the road. Ford, go further.
A big slider from Adam Ottavino really got on top. This thing dove right off the table and gets a strikeout of Weeks at 81 miles an hour.
Scooter Gennett has walked, had a bunt base hit, and began the game with a double. He has scored twice. Adam went through a little stretch here, George, where it looked like the slider not quite the same bite, but I mean that's the ups and downs of a year.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I mean, you know, a couple of hangers cost you. This ball's up into the sky a little bit. It's going to get over the head and into the stands. Ground rule double.
Scooter Gennett with his second double. We didn't see much of this guy last year, but he's got some pop, especially the opposite way.
But he does. Let's look at this slider out of the hand of Adam Ottavino and see where it is when contact's made. So he's coming from the outside. And watching Scooter hit today, he really takes the ball away from him and does some damage with it. He's got some pop that way. And did a pretty good job with it here. Well, you got to get these outs. You got to get Braun out and then Lucroy, because those are two big bats in their lineup. You're trying to shut things down.
Braun has doubled each of his last two times up. He's knocked in a run and scored a pair. 6 doubles tonight for Milwaukee. Braun with the 282 mark now after the 2 hits tonight. Walt Weiss open that Adam Ottavino can work around that 1-out double. Keep the deficit at 2 with the final shot. But this will be a base hit to left field.
They'll test the arm.
They'll test Dickerson, and the throw is not in time. (13-10) as Braun gets his second straight RBI on his 3rd straight hit.
Yeah, playing deep, you don't want any doubles hit. You got to, you know, that's the situation you're in. So then you got to come in and try to get to the ball as quick as you can and make as strong as throw as you can. And Corey gets to the ball in a hurry. The throw just not strong enough. You had the speed coming in and the scoring of Gennett. Another RBI. That's 39 now for Ryan Braun. What a night he's had. 3 hits. He scored a couple of runs.
And Braun runs and gets to second easily. Adam Ottavino not paying attention. Braun will run. That's 7 steals and 9 tries.
Well, the thing about it is, you know, you get so focused on getting outs in the 9th inning. A lot of times you don't concern yourself with the runner at first base. And, you know, there's scouting reports over there that after a base hit, run scored, does Ottavino look to first? Does he pick at first? Does he think about that? Or does he just get the ball and throw? They have reports on all that. And if it's 90% of the time I don't pick, I just go to the plate, yeah, guess what? They're going to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, go on first movement and get the good jump. 2-0 now on Lucroy.
Yeah, Ottavino's been so good for so long here in a Rockies uniform. You're going to have some of those bumps in the road you try to cover up and get there. Milwaukee 23rd at bat with runners in scoring position tonight. Only had more than 10 times in the 45-year history of the game. The last 45 years, Doug?
Wow. Well, they've equaled a season high with 19 hits tonight.
Yeah, they got 23 at bats with runners in scoring position for Milwaukee. It has only had more than 10 times in the last 45-year existence of the Brewers. Crazy. Doug, where did you read that? Stop. Somebody, you heard that somewhere.
Yeah, he just had it in his head.
Angel?
Yeah. Will Lucroy be swinging? He is on 3-0, but Corey Dickerson will be there to make the catch. Braun will hold. 2 down. Runs on 19 hits versus the Rockies 10 runs on 16 hits. Rockies had the 13-10 loss here earlier in the month against the Braves. That was the game they were down 7-0 in the first inning and nearly came back. Down by that same score here. Carlos Gomez, 3 hits, 2 of them on the infield. 2 runs and an RBI as well. 0-2 now. Rockies will have Barnes, Rutledge, and LeMahieu as the scheduled hitters.
Yeah, the only ones left on the bench now, Culberson and McHenry. They've used Wheeler and they have used Parker.
Drew
Stubbs is there too.
Yeah.
Yep, Stubbs, a lot of power there and speed. They'll save one of those guys to hit for Ottavino.
A ball and 2 strikes on Gomez. Remind fans again, normally the Saturday home games here at Coors Field are 6:10 starts, but here in June and up to the All-Star break, 2:10 starts on the Saturdays here at home. Got him. They'll have to throw to first. They get Gomez, but the Brewers get another big run, and they have a 3-run advantage as we go to the bottom of the 9th here at Coors Field. Colorado Rockies. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Rockies find themselves down 3, and they'll face the Brewers closer, Frankie Rodriguez. K-Rod, as he's been known in his career, has 23 saves on the season, and now is 14th all time with 327 saves. It's the 2 blown saves this year for Rodriguez. ERA at 2.23. 2 saves behind Francisco Cordero and 3 back of John Woodland. Brandon Barnes hit a 2-run homer his last time up, leads off the 9th for the Rockies. Back in the 7th inning, Brandon Barnes got his first home run over the fence. The other two inside the park homers. Hit that off Brandon Kinsler. Trying to get on base here. One ball and one strike. Mentioned Rodriguez 14th. You see Raleigh Fingers, the Hall of Famer who pitched for these Brewers, and Woodland and Cordero just passed Roberto Hernandez with his last save.
The same guy, going to pound his own. Arm's healthy. It's a quick arm. It's not 95, 96 anymore, but it's aggressive and it strikes.
There was a time with the Mets where they thought he fell in love too much with his breaking ball.
Got away from the fastball, and he's got very good command with it. Very animated on the mound.
Barnes somehow able to get that breaking ball and foul it. Might have, what was that? More of a changeup, George? I don't.
Yeah, you know, coming out of the hand, it's like a split.
Yep, saw that.
Going to dive straight down. Barnes able to just nick it. Saw that on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mode.
Two and two.
Well, last start the other day, I guess, not last start, but the other day in a safe situation in Arizona. May have been on Monday. First guy home run and two quick singles against K-Rod, and everybody's thinking, hey, here comes the Diamondbacks against him. You got a strikeout, double play, and the game was over on 4 pitches.
Blew a save to the Yankees and to the Orioles in the middle of May. 2-2. Did he dig it out? He did. That's a strikeout.
Coming back at it again, right out of the hands, that changeup. You can see late dive action, quick arm action, a lot of body to go along with it, sells the pitch. You see Lucroy being able to hold on to that.
Josh Rutledge, only a Rocky in the lineup without a hit tonight. And leading the majors is Rodriguez in saves with 23. And this was a guy that they didn't sign till they were into spring training. 2-0.
Yeah, he's kind of looking and begging for a job, and then you know, Doug Melvin stepped forward. His ball club made a move on this, and here he is.
Well, he was out testing the market a little bit, and then ended up coming back to Milwaukee. This is hit to right, but with Braun that deep, he only has to go back a few steps and make the grab. Time for the CenturyLink link to what's next. Christian Friedrich will make his 2014 debut for the Rockies tomorrow. Willie Peralta will pitch for the Brewers, and again remind you that it's a 2:10 first pitch tomorrow. DJ LeMahieu trying to keep the game alive.
Christian 5-8 before the back injuries hit him, and then you know, he's been recovering from that. He's had good starts, bad starts, a lot of good starts at the AAA level. I wish him all the best. Hope he pitches very well tomorrow.
And the Rockies are down to their last strike, and small but vocal contingent of Milwaukee fans hoping that they're the victors in this slugfest. strike three called. And the Milwaukee Brewers rallying after being down 6-4. Run by the Rockies in a slugfest, 13-10. Marco Estrada got the win. Christian Bergman, his second big league loss, and Frankie Rodriguez gets save number 24. That's tops in the big leagues. We'll take a break here at Coors Field. We'll have the Toyota postgame show coming up next here on Root Sports.